Good afternoon, I'm Daniel Miller and this is Destiny Academy. A warm welcome to all of our friends, fans, community members, participants and everyone watching our stream worldwide on a variety of different platforms. Thank you for joining us and thank you for being our very valued community members. How are you today? How's your day been so far? Are you enjoying it? Have you been up and about? Did you go to shops? Did you do some studying? Have you watched some TV? Perhaps you played some games? Have you enjoyed our discussions yesterday? We had a very lengthy stream and it was quite a privilege to have several of our community members participating literally throughout the whole afternoon. We had Matthias, one of our founder members here on the channel, and one of the original community members who popped in to say hello, and then we asked him whether he could help out Zenith with some of the tasks, and we had quite a variety of different activities that were truly remarkable. One of them, I've got to say, I've got to single it out, it is almost like a secret mission within Destiny 1. I played very many hours of Destiny 1. I'm not even sure how many. I probably need to double check that on the stats or the tracker, but I've never actually done it before. Matthias and me did complete part of that mission a little while back, and it was just the first section where, in fact, after you had defeated the big boss, massive big Hydra, instead of just departing from the mission, you turn left and you go to the area which is basically like the Vault of Glass type of environment, and in there you need to defeat many more enemies, a couple of mini bosses, a major big, very hard to destroy boss, and then you open a secret gate behind which is a chest that gives you a ghost, and then you are taking this ghost to Lakshmi. Lakshmi is providing you with another story mission that will be unlocked on the next week's reset. So I've never done this before, and quite frankly I was truly delighted that we had completed it yesterday. It was a fantastic walkthrough. I beg your pardon, there's some problem with the stream in there for some reason, don't know why. Let's see. Oh, it works. Right, and we've seen I do apologize, I'm just watching. There's some sort of interference with the stream on live stream. I don't know why. I don't really see the reason for it at all, but anyway, if there are any problems, just ping us a message on the Twitch chat and just indicate that can't see or can't hear. Is operating as it should. Anyway, coming back to the activities yesterday, we've had, as I said, this lengthy mission that I had not done before, and we had completed just one part of it, and if I recall correctly, we just departed from it in the usual way. We hadn't gone through the secret door, and we had not defeated all the other mini bosses, enemies, and everyone else in order to get this extra story mission. So that was really truly delightful, and as I said, Zenith was able to get some extra bits of kit, and that's terrific. Pick up his Sleeper Simulant, one of the most powerful weapons in Destiny 1, as well as we completed the mission for Black Spindle. So Black Spindle, one of the very best snipers in the Destiny universe, in addition to obviously being able to do the activity I just described. So it was really quite something for myself. I was also delighted to have discovered that one dead ghost, which indeed I did not have in my inventory, was also picked up yesterday. And if you really want to know where it is, it's in the area where you are needing to destroy the shanks, and you get these electrical sparks coming in from both sides. It's literally at the very end of that corridor, that hallway, right at the end. It's behind one of those constructions, and you simply need to come in there, and then you'll get the sign saying that you need to collect it, like that ghost, and then you pick it up and it's yours. So we also did collect some other dead ghosts for Zenith, which were littered around the same path, so that was all very good. In any case, coming back to yesterday's activity, it was all about us doing it together with our members, and I just want to reiterate that this channel is not a competitive channel. We don't train here people to be doing esports or anything of that sort, but we are here to be joining forces together in order to help, and that help is here either for the members who are learning about the game, people who want to be completing certain tasks, people who want to be discovering something in Destiny that's not been previously seen on the setup, or if they require help with anything else in life. And as you know, I'm running a charitable fundraiser here on the channel, and the fundraiser is supporting one of our best known charities here in Britain, the charity called Mind Charity UK. And we are raising funds, we are raising the profile for the charity. We're trying to get in as many gamers and participants worldwide to come in and help us out with this through retweets and reposting some of the news and spreading the information over the internet, and trying to raise as much public profile as possible. And we want to be helping the charity that is delivering services for those people who are suffering from mental health problems, and they have those services delivered in a form of individual group counseling primarily, sometimes also extra activities, and they also provide help with practical issues for those people who are finding it very difficult to keep up with everyday tasks. And those services are provided by the volunteers and the professionals. So by us raising the funds and contributing, we are going to be first of all enabling those services to carry on. Our charities in Britain are entirely dependent on the contributions of the people who are providing something for them, and some charitable grants, of course, which will be given to them by various institutions in Britain. And most importantly, we are going to be actively helping those people who are working for the charity to save lives. So we become very much part and parcel of the process. And just that, try to think, if you are donating, you are then contributing to something which is noble and priceless, and you become an active participant in the process of saving people's lives. Eventually, as the funds are raised, the charity will be able to employ many more volunteers, and there is going to be also a huge amount of appreciation that will come to every single donor from the charity altogether. So that includes people who are working for it, as well as, obviously most importantly, the service users, i.e. the patients, as well as the families. There's nothing more valuable than being able to save lives. We have one life on Earth, and whether you're religious or not, you will know what the lifespan is, and we have got to do everything possible to make it to be as good as possible for every one of us. And I'm afraid that's not always what people do. It's not always everyone's attention. My brain's actually working today. We had a really lot of rain, and we had a significant change in the atmospheric pressure. So the temperatures dropped and everything is significantly different compared to what we had just a couple of days ago. And for whatever reason, maybe it's age, I'm not sure what's why that is, but I've been sort of more susceptible to that in the last couple of years. I can really see the difference. I got up early, I had a really good breakfast, I've done everything I wanted to do earlier today. Had plenty of water and plenty of my kind of hot drink, which I have, and that is a mixture of chamomile, grapefruit juice with turmeric and cinnamon, and properly hydrated and up and about and doing everything as I should, but just like a brain fog keeps coming, and I can see when I'm talking and my words are not coming out right, and so I do apologize for that. As I said, I'm not sure really what's causing it. I think it's to do with atmospheric pressure. As we carry on, we progress age-wise, then we become a bit more sensitive to certain changes. And also the weather conditions at the moment, they're just absolutely insane. I don't know what you've seen, but for all of our viewers and listeners worldwide, Southern Europe is experiencing the greatest heat in history. They've had temperatures exceeding 45 and 47 in Spain, and I think in Greece as well they're expecting the temperatures to be reaching 50. All of that is completely unacceptable for ordinary human beings, because we have not lived in the areas of the planet where this is seen as normal, which means those people who were used to cooler weathers, and to be fair, Southern Europe always have had very hot spells during the summer months, but there is a big difference between 31, 32 or 47, 50, and that sort of change in atmospheric pressure as well as the temperature can be affecting lots of different people, particularly those people who have some sort of latent health or perhaps even undiagnosed health problem. That includes people with disabilities, with serious illnesses, people who are of old age, and all of that is just being completely rattled by those atmospheric changes and the overall global warming effects. So I really want to ask all the gamers, in the same way as you're supporting the channel, the games we love and the charitable fundraising, to support the preservation of the nature. We need to do something as people in order to make sure that the industry leaders will start reducing the carbon emissions and reducing the number of flights that go around the world, as well as the use of cars and all other engines that are creating the problems that we're experiencing. If we don't do anything quickly, within the next 100 years we can have a complete collapse of humanity. You've seen and heard during the last 10-15 years that the scientists were telling us how, for instance, the overall temperatures are increasing, but I think from what I gathered they indicated this is like a really slow process. But if we look at the last 10 years, the temperatures have increased massively, and we have seen, for instance, the periods with the highest temperatures ever recorded. The vast majority of them, except maybe one, if you're looking at the list of the last 10 highest temperatures, all took place within the last 10 years. So every year it is getting hotter. Like, for instance, we had in England the hottest month ever recorded, and that was the month of June of this year. And I have to say, it wasn't just the heat, it was the unpleasant humidity, it was pollution, it was everything joined together. And it's very, very difficult to be doing certain things where the weather conditions are of the same sort. It's all well and fine if you're very useful and very healthy, but that's not the case for the vast majority of the people. And we need to take urgent steps in order to cut down on the carbon emissions, and the world has got to become a better and a safer place for us all. Don't forget, we are part of this nature environment. We are part of everything that is around us, and we are, just like plants and like all other species, very, very flexible. We can be adapting, so can the nature. If we make steps. For instance, I talked to someone recently, and he is a doctor of astrophysics, and he said how, for instance, we can be to a certain degree predicting certain reactions which are expected according to scientific results, tests, and stats overall, but at other times we can't exactly say what the reaction will be before you actually entered a certain environment, or before you had tested the conditions. So, give an example, he had indicated how, for instance, in the areas of Indian Ocean, where for many years there have been tests with nuclear weapons, and that was underwater tests. For many years, the nature and the species that would have been residing in this area had been completely obliterated. There was literally no life in there. But then once they stopped doing such tests, the same area that was previously completely purged managed to develop rapidly. So the growth of life in there was phenomenally big in a very, very relatively short period of time. That was not really expected. It was that perhaps this is going to stay like this for centuries, for the reasons known. And I thought that was a very interesting observation, indicating that sometimes, and I've seen that in my local area actually, obviously not with the H-bomb tests, but we've seen that during the pandemic we had a period where everything stopped, during the day and at night, and there was a period of about good 4 to 6 months, and at night it was just completely dead silence, quiet everywhere. Obviously, being in London suburbs, you always would be hearing the aircraft passing by, and sometimes happens every 30 seconds. We have two big airports nearby where I live. It's not Heathrow, but it's Luton and Stansted. So you will have at certain times of day the planes coming in, and it was incredible. It was really truly incredible. I mean, even in the Dolomites, when I was in the Dolomites at the highest peaks, I would not be able to have that kind of peace and quiet, because from time to time I could hear a plane strafing, high up. But in this instance, I could hear literally nothing. The only thing I could hear was the nature breathing. The nature breathing. Just think about it. The nature breathing. You can actually hear that as you're walking through your local nature reserve. It was extraordinary. You can hear everything, like insects, water, plants, lots of animals like foxes, rabbits, and hedgehogs. They all came into the town. As for many hours, there'd be no people or no cars on our roads. It was just quite a phenomenal experience. I mean, I went out after 10, 11 at night, and I was able to obviously feel that in full. So you see, the change was sudden, the life stopped as we knew it, and the nature reacted. It was a massive, fast regeneration. I actually wonder, I've just seen, it was at the end of May, I think it was. So it was the beginning of June, end of May. We had a very lengthy period with lots of rain here in the local area, and also fairly sort of chilly, fairly cold weather. And then suddenly there was this turnaround, sunshine and hot air coming in literally overnight. So I went out on that weekend, which was I think the end of May, and I walked from my town to the neighbouring one, and I have never seen anything being more beautiful. Everything was, fully blossomed. Everything was just, it was like a pure nature. And you could see certain weather conditions, certain changes can make that nature grow, can make it much more, how to put it, healthy in all sorts of ways. And that will be reflected on us as well. I listened to a lecture. It was actually a live interview with one of my former teachers. He's a very, very well-known psychiatrist and psychotherapist, and he was one of the founding members of the institute where I trained. He's now nearly 90, I think 88, 89 or so, and he talked about the fact that if you are a scientist, if you go back in years, if you go like from century to century, examining what types of illnesses people had, what types of natural invented diseases would have been affecting humanity and affecting the overall development, growth, lifespan and everything else. And he did say something that really caught my eye or ear. He said we had seen certainly within the last 100 years that there have been some new illnesses that had not been observed in the past. Evidently, that probably would have not been properly diagnosed in the past, but it would have been seen. There'd be some sort of annotations somewhere about the symptoms and the presence of certain diseases that they couldn't treat, which had been the case for almost 1,000 years, related to many different illnesses. Obviously, we advanced since the 19th century, and we had certainly developed the methods through which many illnesses could be tamed or indeed eliminated. But he did say that the occurrence of the new ones indicates that it's an ongoing process in which we are these active participants. We are contributing to the fact that illness is evolving. And he had talked about specific illnesses. I'm not going to be going, obviously, won't go in depth. I won't be actually telling in depth about all of his descriptions, but I find that to be very, very interesting. And I really wondered whether, if humanity carries on like this, with a very unnatural, very high pace of living, with highly technologized society, human encounter, or things which we've seen in human history being cut down to the bare minimum, face-to-face contacts in particular, and the ordinary means of communication, I really wonder how things are going to be in due course, and how all of that is going to be evolving. I'm hoping, I'm certainly praying, that no new illnesses will be developed through that new way of life. But I had seen, certainly in my lifetime, that people who are, particularly during the recent years, we'll go back maybe 15 years or so, resorted to high octane living with very little sleep, lots of caffeine or alcohol or nicotine intake, constant stress with certain results, particularly amongst groups who are very, very competitive in a way which is today accessible and available. I have seen that some people had developed very serious illnesses very early. Whether they had the propensity to develop these illnesses at an early stage, or whether this was the effect of the environment, obviously is open for a detailed discussion. But we can't stop thinking that certain kinds of unhealthy habits, like for instance very unhealthy nutrition, huge intake of alcohol, huge intake of nicotine or caffeine, or high stress levels, or particularly, I need to stress this, lack of sleep, which sometimes plagues our friends here on this forum, people who are doing gaming or indeed doing the streams, is absolutely devastatingly damaging to the way the body is. In order to keep the balance, in order to be able to recover, regenerate, to think clearly, to get that rest which is necessary for any living organism, you have got to be sleeping enough. Sleep is the utmost priority. Without sleep and without water and air, there's no life as we know it. So very, very important to consider that. Equally, it's very important for everyone who is a gamer, and if you are doing longer stretches of your Destiny or PUBG or Apex or any other, you've got to have 2 liters of water with you, nearby. You need to be drinking it consistently, bit by bit, as you carry on. You need to be properly hydrated. That is particularly the case with PvP games. I tested that. I've been a gamer for many decades, and I have played a variety of different games on all platforms, and I can tell you, doing the games which are highly active, highly accelerated, where you are chasing others, and that is always PvP based players, people who are doing it against you, like for instance doing certain death matches, or I think Apex and Warzone can be exactly the same. You get really hot on the inside because you accelerate with your mental activity. Some people accelerate also with the blood pressure and the overall body temperature, because they are excited. They are it's a mixture of excitement and concentration that needs to be present in order to be winning certain matches or getting to the very end of the activity that is completed with other team participants. So you've got to have that cold water. It doesn't have to be freezing cold, but cold water in order to cool you on the inside. Without it, you will be developing certain health problems, and there could be quite a multitude. You need to be properly hydrated to start with, and you need to be able to relax from time to time, stretch a bit, walk around every 90 minutes, have a break, have something to eat. You've got to have that degree of balance, otherwise the overall overheating will be affecting various aspects of your everyday life. That could include trouble sleeping. It could include generally a sense of dizziness, haziness, spells of absence where you can't remember things. All of that will be linked to that. So remember, it's not a major thing, but it can have a devastating effect on somebody's life if they're not paying attention to it. It's a bit like, similar to eating or drinking something that is damaging. I see frequently people going to work very early, and as our kind of work routines are changed in Britain, particularly in our urban environments, people go to work already after 5 o'clock in the morning. The reason for that is they need to travel a big, wide distance to get to work. So it's a long journey, and many people who work in London will commute every single day at least 90 hours one way. 90 hours. You see? I'm properly hydrated. I've been drinking and eating everything as I should, but my brain's fogged. I'm not getting my words right today, so I really apologize. 90 minutes, not 90 hours. I nearly said that 19 rather than 90. Anyway, a lengthy journey, very early in the day, and if those people have families, they would have gone to bed quite late. So little sleep, 5 hours of sleep, for instance. And if they went to bed around midnight, woke up at 5, got ready to jump on a train to get to their workplace. Not many people work locally, presently, and that's a huge problem. I had the benefit of not needing to commute literally the whole life, and that's to do with my profession and the way I organized it. I just couldn't fathom that sort of thing. I commuted a lot, not on waking, but during my day, whilst I was working and studying, and for the obvious reason, you had to be getting from one place to another, and London is a very, very big city, and you need to obviously wrestle with the distance and everything else, but I didn't have to be doing it at the crack of dawn. I think that's where the biggest difference is. You can travel casually, comfortably late in the day when you don't have the crowds, and I never really travel at the time where you have this so-called rush hour, where everyone is traveling at the same time. And that is, well, at the moment in London, this already kicks off after 7 o'clock in the morning to about 9:30, and then from 4 to 7 in the afternoon. So 6 hours. Previously, be like an hour and a half between 8 to 9:30. Today, it's only 3 hours. So you could see things have changed quite considerably. And what I want to tell you is there are lots of people who are sleeping 5 hours per night, and then they go to work before 6 o'clock a.m. Even 7 o'clock a.m. Doesn't really matter. Coffee, sometimes with a lot of sugar. There is a cafe here at the railway station where I live that sells coffees which look almost like between a pint or 2 pints of coffee in a big one, like extra large. And most people buy the extra large in order to keep awake. So the intake of caffeine, which is so considerable first thing in the morning, particularly if you're not been eating anything at all or eating healthily, like cereal, porridge, or other things, you just grab something which was a quickly fried sausage with bacon and baked beans, and like a proper English breakfast, so to speak. It will have a very severe impact on your alertness, which means high calories, high energy will definitely wake you up, plus considerable amounts of caffeine. But your body, if you are seated during the day, if you're not doing something which is outside, like the builder's works or any form of sports where you're constantly in motion, will not be able to burn up all the calories and all the caffeine and everything else that you've taken. And don't forget, caffeine doesn't really we don't get rid of it that easily. It stays with us, the actual substance, for anything between 48 and 56 hours, and then obviously some of it will stay within the body one way or the other, and it's just something that has a very negative impact. The reason I'm telling you this is that I feel that some of this is also affecting our members in here. From time to time I've heard some of our contributors say, I really kind of live in this world of Destiny or Warzone or Apex, and I hardly sleep. Well, that's not really the best. You've got to be able to rest. Also, if you keep hammering the game continuously, particularly before some sort of electrical interference with your REM sleep during the night, so you may have the game fully incorporated in your dreams. You may find sleeping too while you're waking up many times at night, and there are many interferences. Anyway, and also people drink energy drinks that have huge amount of caffeine. I've seen actually they're capping some of the drinks in Britain now. They're not going to be able to sell any of them anymore because they're inherently incredibly damaging. And there have been incidents where people as young as 16 or 17 will go to hospital with palpitations, pre-heart attack level type of physical condition in view of the massive intake of Red Bull energy drinks and all the other ones, and very, very damaging. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is I'm very health conscious. I come from a family, but there is a lot of illness, and I also worked with very ill people most of my life, and we need to be living healthily. health is very precious, and health is dependent on lots of different factors. Most importantly for us as individuals, we've got to be guiding our lives towards a healthy everyday existence. So that means having a regular routine. You don't have to go to bed at 11 or 10 o'clock at night. You can go to bed at 1 o'clock, but you need to get 8 hours. 8 hours is critical, and if your body adapts to your body clock, the biological clock adapts to certain hours where you're going to be waking, you will not even need an alarm clock. You will always wake up at the same time, and that's the same for falling asleep as well as waking up. Because I know if I, for instance, had to be coming back from London and got very busy during the day, I come back late, so I'd go to bed around 2 o'clock in the morning. I would still wake up exactly the same time I otherwise do, which is roughly between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning, and it just happens all by itself. Yet my switch off moment or mode had been delayed due to all of that activity. So the other thing which is important, one shouldn't be eating a lot immediately before going to bed. 2, 3 hours, 4 hours before your bedtime is probably the best, or indeed if you can eat even earlier in the day, that would be even better, because that could be affecting your overall body weight. Don't forget, late food intake, particularly with high calories or sugar or anything like that, will not be properly digested when you sleep, and we are not using our body in the same way while sleeping compared to our waking hours. So all these things, living healthily, having a regular routine, sleeping well, having healthy breakfast, having a big breakfast. Breakfast is actually the most important meal of the day, and most people in Britain are ignoring it today. And not just in Britain, elsewhere, people live in urban settings. There's no time to eat anything. Well, it's not quite like that. You've got to eat your breakfast, because the actual eating of that breakfast is going to be giving you the energy, the alertness, and everything else that you need purely through the natural elements. You don't have to be inflating it artificially with energy drinks or coffees. I'm not saying that coffee is inherently bad and dangerous. It's just the quantity. It's the quantity of that intake, and also it's the strength of the coffee. If, for instance, I've seen recently the regulator here in Britain had indicated that despite previous warnings, certain coffee chains are still providing coffees and hot chocolates with too much sugar. And they said that sometimes they observed the quantity of sugar which was equivalent, or sweetness, whatever they put in the drinks, equivalent to 17 teaspoons. 17 teaspoons, like in one coffee. Try to think about it. Do you want some coffee with your sugar? It's just unbelievable. But that is the reality of it all. Very sweet drinks will drive people to drink more and to further purchases. So the regulator had stepped in, and there's been already capping several times in the past for all of the chains offering hot drinks. That includes McDonald's and Starbucks and Costa Coffee and all of these, because they have been observed to be providing the drinks with too much sugar, which is exceeding any form of reasonable amount that is necessary for the drink to be sweet and drinkable. So these are the factors. It isn't just caffeine. It's also the sugar levels and various other things that come together in such drinks. And I just would like to ask people to consider to take a step back and to have an afterthought whether that is something that you want to be doing to yourself. People who are experiencing mental health issues, or people who are anxious, people who suffer from panic attacks or any other form of anxiety, it's extremely important that never ever drink anything of that sort, because any caffeinated drinks or any energy-based drinks or high sugar levels or anything else that you get in will be very badly affecting your central nervous system, having many more signs and symptoms that will not make you feel better about yourself. You must absolutely stop doing it straight away in order to create the balance, which in any case appears to be perhaps not functioning as it should for whatever factors based on some biology, and do not do something that will just tip the balance over. Gail's here. Hello Gail, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being our valued community member. We are going to be doing the news and a few other things before we commence with our gaming, and very good to see you. How are you? How has your day been? I think you probably just woken up, right? Let's try to think. 6 hours back, that's about 8 o'clock in the morning where you are. Girls in the US, we're about 6 hours She's about 6 hours back, if I'm not mistaken, in Ohio. Is that correct? I got this right today, because you were talking about going to Illinois, but I know that you are in Ohio, because I have some family there as well. Coming back to what I said, anyway, this channel is all about our community, and it's all about helping others and also providing assistance to those people who are in the need. So by supporting charities, which I talked about here many times, presently I'm supporting, and we are supporting as a community, the charity called Mind, a UK-based charity that helps people who are experiencing mental health issues. And I have a list of other charities that also will be supporting. They include National Autistic Society, Epilepsy Scotland, there is Shelter, a charity that helps people who are facing homelessness or indeed who have gone through it. We have a charity called, let me just think, yeah, we also have Great Ormond Street Hospital, and this is a hospital that is treating children with serious illnesses, and also St. Jude Hospital in the US, a research hospital that's providing the treatment and research for those diseases which are considered incurable and affecting children. So all these charities will be present here on the channel, because I want to be raising the profile and raising the overall awareness of the need for those charities to be supported. And we want to be having as many of our friends here from our community to be fully engaged and to be doing exactly the same. It doesn't cost anything to just type a few notes on social networking, share that with your friends, with your associates, with workmates, with family members. In fact, I told you yesterday I was, by chance, involved in, it was a serious incident here where I live, and I saved somebody's life through what I did. And, you never know when you're going to find yourself in that sort of situation. But what's important is for people to recognize that this need is always present. We might not see it. We don't see it around the corner where we live for whatever reason. We live in an affluent area. We are healthy. We adhere to healthy lifestyle. We don't have anyone in our immediate neighborhood who is experiencing these major difficulties. But then if you walk around, if you look around, if you kind of lift your head up, so to speak, and you will see that there are people in our community who are actually in a situation where the life is a threat, or indeed where they're experiencing certain illness. In fact, I go to swimming 5 times a week, and I meet lots of different people who come to the swimming pool, and sadly I do come across people who develop very serious illnesses due to various factors, variety of different factors, and they all go to our swimming pool in order to maintain their health, regular swims, regular exercise and everything else. And there are some people who are very healthy, who adhere to the regular exercise. As we know, that is all very much based on our genetics and our individual imprint that we carry, how susceptible we are to certain viruses or certain illnesses. But at the same time, I think what is essential is to see that people who are experiencing some sort of difficulty are making urgent steps to remedy the problem. And the charities I support are doing exactly that. They are providing services that will be helping those who are in the need, experiencing major difficulties in their lives. And, it's obviously nothing wrong with asking for help. Yet, many times you'll find people particularly in responsible positions, people who are in high-paid jobs, or people who are seen as pillars of the community, who will have a difficulty in approaching a professional if they required some degree of assistance. And I find it really always peculiar that if it was linked with physical health, then there would be no problem. It's seen as something that people need to do because it's a part and parcel of what you do. You go to a dentist, you go to a general practitioner, you go to a specialist. But also mental health issues, there's always that degree of prejudice attached to it. And it's completely wrong, because having a problem within the sphere of mental health functioning is as serious as any other physical illness or disease. It's identical. In many cases, it is actually more threatening. It can be life-threatening. Why is it that people are finding it so difficult, and why is it that these prejudices are persisting? So I can tell you, being in a position when I'm embracing charitable fundraising for these forums is geared towards creating that degree of awareness and alertness on the fact that there is nothing wrong with somebody who's asking for that degree of assistance and asking for professional help, because they will be helped. They will be assisted in the struggle which indeed had been affecting their life, and they will be frequently put on the right path to recovery, be it through individual group counselling or any other services which are available. So very, very important for people to recognise. I mean, I've seen, for instance, in Britain, they opened certain wards in hospitals at which people with addiction problems are treated, and the recent inclusion in DSM, was it 5 or 6? Stop counting really. The DSM is Diagnostic Statistical Manual for people suffering from mental issues. They included video gaming addiction as something that comes in the category, and unfortunately, media have taken this too far by identifying the real activity of video gaming with what appears to be this illness. And I'm completely disagreeable with it, as you know from my broadcast, and there needs to be obviously a voice of reason applied to it. But it's interesting that that type of dependence on activity, which is identical to gambling or any other form of dependency problem, is then now being clearly diagnosed and placed within that section of medical science. And if somebody is having that sort of difficulty, they need to be assisted and helped, because video gaming can be incredibly productive, very healthy, very encouraging, and on all sorts of levels, from increasing one's own ability to cognitively function properly, to connect with other people, create social groups, build networks, to have a lot of fun with others. It all is very, very good and positive. But if you do it the wrong way, and if you connect it with something that you in any case have as a kind of a very highly obsessive, addictive type of trait, well then obviously it will cause major health difficulties. And we are here to prevent that from happening. Prevention is always the very best form of treatment. Gail says, I'm great, how about you? And yes, I just woke up. I'm great. I had a very good day so far. We had major change of weather in our local area. So it was raining. I'm not sure whether throughout the night, but certainly when I woke up, it was fresh air coming into my window. And that was fantastic, because I hate really that humidity and heat and everything that we've had really for quite some time, 5 weeks at least. And had my breakfast, did everything as usual early in the day, and here I'm doing now my broadcasting. So it's been a very good day so far. I'm happy with the session that we had yesterday, where Matthias joined us, and also when you participated, because we were helping our community members to complete certain tasks. Obviously, you managed to complete Prison of Elders, as well as the task that Zenith had, and that all worked really well. And then with Matthias coming in, who is a very dedicated Destiny veteran, who knows everything about Destiny, it was a bit like a tutorial on the kind of bits and pieces that come across as trivia on secret missions, or on how to get certain weapons through certain activities. It was very, very fruitful, and we also talked a lot about video gaming industry. So I was very, very happy with the session. The sessions here that I like the best are those where we had participants talking, connecting, and presenting us with the knowledge and the content that is very useful, not just to ourselves, but also to others and people who are watching the stream on playback or accessing it at some other time when we are not streaming live. And that's been incredibly rewarding. And I've had messages recently, since I resumed with my streams, from people who are not even at all members of our community, but they watch something, they listen to part of the discussion. Evidently people don't have time to watch 5-6 hours of discussions, but they watch some of it. And also the other thing is many people are now getting the transcript, so not listening or watching, they get the transcript on YouTube. So you click on transcript, you get the transcript of everything that's been said, and then they can discover on the transcript the section that's of interest to them, like talking about new games or news or anything else. And then I get these messages. So I was really truly delighted that people who are not even members of our community have been in contact. And that was really, makes me feel really happy. And I'm so happy that the response is good and positive, and we get really good people coming in and asking questions which are of interest to everyone. and then contributing, participating. And the way it works is frequently people will watch for for a period of time, and then after they felt comfortable with the content and the community, they know that this is obviously a channel run by mature gamers, so this is no channel for children or for youngsters. We don't have the topics or ideas that would blend in with somebody who is of that sort of tender young age, and they kind of like the content. They learn from it, so that's really cool. And I'm very encouraged and enthused, as well as satisfied that what we do here has an impact, because the idea is to be able to help, and then through that process of help and what we do here, we also initiate a change. So for instance, if you had somebody who had felt that they played Destiny for too long in terms of the hours per day, and they couldn't sleep and they were doing it all night long, etc. So we could initiate a change for them to join us earlier in the day, play for a few hours, then leave it, and then go to bed at a normal hour and have a good night's sleep, and then when they woke up, rather than having the game as a major interference to everything else that they do. The game's not been created for that purpose. The game's here in order to advance, to help, to connect, to provide entertainment and all other additional activities that will be linked with anyone who is a member of online community. You probably heard yesterday I talked about a lot. Destiny is not the game to be played alone. That's number one, right? So Destiny is a game that people need to play together. When they play together, they will reach a crescendo of benefits. There'll be all sorts of benefits arising from having a lot of fun, being entertained, being engaged with others in conversations about anything really, from minor to major, to actually reaching the moment where they felt the group effort was so great, as if they were, for instance, doing a football match in real life, or if they were doing some other joint activity. I don't know, could be anything, a trip, like going to some sort of far remote place. The experience will be there. You'll stay with them. We had Shaba the other day popping in, said just coming in was basically taking him down the memory lane. He remembered all these things we've done in the past, not just with our community, but also with his own community, with his own streams, with all the other elements. So it's a very, very rewarding activity if it is being done correctly, according to the way it should be done, through the ways that the developers wanted us to, the path which had been paved for us. And as I said, we are here always to help. I just mentioned like one issue that sometimes I have been helping some people with, both here live online and also offline, as they felt that there was that degree of interference. And I can say for myself, I did have sometimes streams at night, and this is to do with my schedule, and I find that to be completely counterproductive. It's completely wrong for me. Never ever will that work for me, because I find myself then woken up and I can't sleep afterwards. It's just the effect that such activity will have on me. That applies to PvP or, well, Destiny, in fact, the game that does have a lot of energetic, high-octane activity. Doesn't have to be just PvP, could be PvE as well. The games that don't affect me at all, if I was to play them before going to sleep, are placid, tranquil RPGs. You play that and you get a bit of questioning, and you talk to various NPCs. Not really fast type of activity that you're encountering. No major fighting or shooting sequences or anything like that. So that's fine. And there are lots of games like that, like beautiful graphics and very slow, and you can just play 10, 15, 20 minutes of it and fall asleep. But as a matter of principle, I like keeping everything quiet after 9 or 10 o'clock p.m. Watching a film, for instance, will have a tranquil effect on me. I won't be woken up by a film or television series or so. So I kind of try to make it like the day sort of winds down towards the end of the day, and then I can have a nice good night's sleep and wake up, feel rested, and I can crack on with. It's actually connected to the way I had worked in the past throughout my life. I always had the idea that my day was dedicated to work or activity, and I would be seeing it as, you wake up, you exercise, you eat, and then you do work. Whatever work you do. I'm not talking about paid work or work at an office. Just being active. Being active and doing things which you love doing, and becomes the end of the day. And that usually is after about 14 hours, or 12, 14 hours. So that's the time span you get within a day in order to complete some tasks, to do things which you and keep it busy and active. Helps your mind, helps your overall perception of life and world and everything else which is around you. And I've never been involved with any activity that was not of interest to me. I always loved what I was doing, dedicated 100%, and that made my life and work and activities and occupations very easy, because I always had pleasure in being involved with a particular activity. I mean, it's just that personal. You've got to enable these choices. You need to work hard in order to be able to get them, but then things are easier. And I just feel for people who are, saying, "Oh, I hate my work," and you see that so frequently. Go to a pub. Many people say that. I absolutely hate going to work. I hate it. I hate my boss. I hate my office. But what sort of life is that? You every day begins with this thought, I hate it. And it's a sizable chunk of your life. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do that. In any country, doesn't matter what political system you have, what kind of economy you run, if you look up, you will find an area that gives you pleasure and satisfaction. Do it. If you're not particularly keen on your work, reduce the hours and do what you love doing on top of it, and you will have a well-balanced life. Don't go to work, drink 2 liters of coffee before you depart it, and then think all the time how much you hate your boss and your office. Not the way to do it. Anyway, just my own reflections and tips and thoughts about how to live healthily. I talk about it a lot in here, and if anyone else has any ideas in order to and provide me with any other suggestions, make sure you ping them either over here by tweets, Instagram messages, or emails, and I will be very, very glad to engage. Right. The other thing to say is I will be recording podcasts as well. The podcast will be with some guests. We'll have participants, and I thought yesterday what we had with Matt and with Zenith was ideal type of activity and discussion that we can be incorporating in podcasts. So watch this space for more. I've got space reserved on Spreaker, and Spreaker will be launching this podcast across the board through Spotify and YouTube and iHeartRadio and Google Podcasting and all sorts of platforms. So that will be the extension of what we do here, and podcasting will be more of a dialogue between myself and a few other people, and it will be also at times theme based. So we'll have a theme like what it's like to become a streamer. So I have a podcast in that tells you exactly. I mean, I've talked about a lot here in my broadcast, but that will be more sort of theme or subject specific and easier for people to find, easier to listen to, because as a streamer I create content which is voluminous, and there's many thousands of hours of things completed, provided, broadcasted and recorded overall. Very hard to find the elements in that sea of information that are pointing you to a certain subject or task, and I think I will be picking up on these that appear to be more popular, or like questions coming in from various participants, and then we'll single out certain subjects and we'll do exactly that. So that is something that will be coming your way in the future. I talked about this quite a bit, and I also have the same task for my other hub, which is called Film Dialogue, and I had lots of technical issues, I've got to say, and doing this podcast into the challenge, and I'm still working out some bits and pieces there on the technical front, but we are going to be getting them, and I think it's much easier having major discussions with guests compared to the kind of single broadcaster content which needs to be written up and prepared in advance. And so anyway, we'll come up with something. Anyway, keep an eye out for podcasts, and they will be then focusing on specific subjects and themes. We'll have maybe some dedicated to news. We'll combine them together with our broadcast so we get variety. You will not hear something on the broadcast which is identical, within the broadcasts here on Twitch. So it won't be like extracting information from the broadcast and then placing it there. It'll be always original. There may be topics and subjects which are connected, like for instance a big discussion yesterday in fact, and throughout the recent period, was about the Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard, and the whole idea behind it is to be able to get clarity from many participants on what they really think, whether they think this is going to be benefiting the video gaming community or not, whether that kind of market monopoly with huge assets and capital will be then destroying creativity. And it's hard to tell. We can all speculate, and I've listened to many podcasts in recent months which were dedicated to this. There's very interesting discussions because the topic is not just about Microsoft and Activision. It's also connected with the way the industry works, the way it's developed, the way things are today, the way things were. So it's always interesting to tap into this as the whole field will transpire for everyone to learn from. And I certainly enjoyed many of these discussions. Anyway, they're just an example. You talk about one topic, but actually through your discussions, debates, you are then going to the other areas. And you've seen, I'm always trying to connect Destiny with some of these things. Destiny is the game that is seen as having the backbone of this channel right from the start, and so far everything worked really well. Right, so the time now is for us to look at the news. So before I do that, I want to say to everyone that we have a lot of community content today. So if you are interested, let me just see whether they come out right. Yeah, it did. Today, Twitter under Elon Musk had become a real challenge. I really don't know what to expect from day to day. And I can certainly tell you that the postings coming from other networks, which are not being done directly to Twitter, are bypassing certain recently, as I've been posting community-based content from PlayStation Network to Twitter, not every day, but almost every single day. Anytime I stream, half dozen to dozen posts there with screenshots. They just don't pop up, Like today, they've come up straight away, but on other days, they like emerged on Twitter 6 hours later, and they weren't even appearing in a chronological order. So I don't know what they're doing and as to why this is happening, but I could just assume it is basically scanning the content to see what's coming in through the third-party provider, and therefore it's not going live immediately. And there may be delay if the algorithm spotted something within the content for whatever reason that will be or would be or could be of concern. So today we are happy that things indeed are being on display. So I'll tell you what I've posted. It's all from yesterday. It's all about Zenith, Gale, Dark Haunting and myself. So we have, for instance, one that tells us that Zenith won the prize for the best outfit. It's a fantastic outfit. You got to see it. It's the first one right at the top. Then we've taken a team selfie with these masks that I believe have been given to Destiny gamers during Halloween period. So we have two of our members, Dark Haunting and Zenith, wearing some of these masks that are absolutely terrific. Then three of us debating and looking at the Traveler. We have a screenshot from the end of that secret mission, because I opened that chest for the first time, picked up that Ghost for the first time, so that's been quite remarkable. And I have got, I guess, a reminder to everyone to engage with our community. And if you wanted us to do this mission again, we can do it again, and we can do it with some other participants. If you wanted to pick up the Ghost and do that, we need to have Matt with us, because I will not be able to guide you through the maze of tunnels and underground caves and everything else that he was able to do yesterday. And I died quite a few times because jumping is not really my greatest strength in Destiny. And also my setup here actually makes it look very dark, and we are walking through very, very dark areas, and you can easily slip and die. So it was very, very enjoyable and very pleased to have completed. Anyway, the screenshot in there is called Who Has Completed the Secret Mission. And then we have a picture there before we departed for a Sleeper Simulant final mission that was completed yesterday. So Zenith indeed was able to pick up the pinnacle weapon at the end. I've got to say that that Fallen Saber, that would be the very last step of the Sleeper Simulant quest, was extremely difficult. So if you're doing it, don't even dream about doing it by yourself. You have got to have a team of 3. I mean, we are experienced gamers. I mean, Matthias is a truly a Destiny pro, and 3 of us struggled a bit. I mean, you know, it did take us a bit of time to get through it because of the pressure that was placed upon us with additional enforcements of enemies, like for instance Spicer Shanks, that are very, very deadly, coming in very large numbers, and therefore, you know, it's very easy to make a mistake and get killed, and then you need to restart the mission from the start. So definitely make sure, if you are doing it, you need to do it within a team of 3. So we have the other one where I actually have perfect framing of the 3 of us near the vault. I really like the shot. I'm seated on the carpet, Zenith is next to me, and Matthias is just in the background. It's absolutely perfect. Really one of my best screenshots I've taken in Destiny. I really love it, so definitely have a look at it. We have a question, Ikelos Acosto, whether I'm picking up one or the other, and I'm seated next to the Banshee. And then we have also the very end of that Sleeper Simulant mission, when destroy the Fallen Saber, the big shank, and I'm there with it. Then we have more screenshots of Matthias, Zenith and myself doing different kinds of things there, seated on the roof. Katie is below us. And then we have a picture of Gale, Zenith and myself as we completed the mission that Zenith wanted to do, and this was the original Omnigul strike. And then I have some pictures there with myself and Razelighter, and loads of enemies destroyed. We have a weapon I picked up in one of the pinnacle activities called Hand of Judgment. So that is the weapon that you get after you've been doing Prison of Elders challenge. And this is what I picked up, so it's a really good weapon. I need to still level it up in order for all the perks to be unlocked. And then we have a bit more with Gale and with myself and Zenith, and the list just goes on and on. I think I posted actually very many today. Let me see, probably more than a dozen, probably about 20 of those. So for anyone interested, I'll give you just some tasters by posting some of that directly onto our Twitch chat. There we are. So everyone have a look. There we are. That's the best outfit. Really like it. Then we have this, also very, very fond of that picture. We've got all 3 of us there with nice outfit, and particularly Zenith and Matthias with his good masks. Then there is a picture of that secret mission, so have a look at this. It's very dark actually, probably will not be able to recognize exactly where the mission took place, but I really love it. I think it's really great. And this is the apologize, I got this wrong. This is the shot that I like the best, with, you know, perfect framing. Have a look at that out there. And then we have myself with Banshee, considering what weapons to use. Also seated on his table. And then look at this. This is that saber, totally obliterated. I'm playing football with it, which is what I like doing when we complete these extremely hard strikes. And then we have here more of that sort of chilling. Let me see. Oh, this is a very good one. All of us on the roof. Quite like it. Debating the future of Destiny and video gaming overall. Omnigul with Gale and Zenith. There we are, we've got that as well. Can have a look. And look at this, this is particularly good. We've got all those enemies destroyed, and I parade down there with my raised lights up. It wasn't just down to me, it was down to that maximum team effort. There we have Gail and myself looking at the Traveller and thinking about future. Look at this. What is the future going to hold is the question. That Bungie always does this, and as I'm streaming, that should never ever be happening. Okay, so that's all we've got for you from Twitter and our community-based content, so you can have a look and enjoy some of this. And anyone who pops in and wants to join us for the stream can always have a look at these. People usually scroll through chat to see what's been going on. Coming back to what I said, yeah, we're getting lots of views on playback on Twitch, and that's something new. I didn't used to have that in the past, and I'm very glad to see. In fact, yesterday we had almost 500 people who came to the stream throughout the 8 hours of it, and you know, that's fantastic. I think it's wonderful that people are coming in from everywhere. So 500 new participants coming in, having a look, doing a bit of listening and reading, some participating live is fantastic. And I've got to say to everyone, the actual chat activity is never ever a true reflection of the overall attention that the channel is getting. You've got to have like really good diagnostic tools, you know, to be able to pick up where people are coming from and where they watch it. I stream through lots of different platforms, so it's not just it's through Twitch, but it is actually displayed on different platforms as well. And I'm always delighted to see that many people who are interested in gaming come to us and want to become part of our community and pay attention to what is said. So that's really good. I really like the idea and definitely feel very greatly encouraged by this. So one of the biggest news that we had today coming on the wire is about Activision and Microsoft. So the first thing we've heard is that in the UK, in view of the development in the US, the authority in here that dealt with this extended deadline for the final decision. So that is the UK's Competition and Markets Authority. They extended the deadline, and that will be, I think, for the period ending on the 29th of August. The reason for that extension is not surprising. They wanted to see how the Federal Trade Commission in the US would react to the whole thing, and we've seen that the FTC became more biased towards Microsoft. So I think if, for instance, the overall deal in America is being fully recognized and verified, then we are likely to see that in the UK as well. And then we've seen also there's another article in here coming from Tom Warren, and he said that he writes for Bloomberg. He writes on everything that is gaming related, and he says Microsoft Activision are UK rights sale to get merger done. And guess what? I can't be reading the article because I'm not a member of Bloomberg. I need to be subscribing. Well, that's really ridiculous. Basically what he said is Bloomberg is reporting that Microsoft will be selling off some UK cloud gaming rights to a telecommunications, gaming or internet company to allow the Activision deal to close within the CMA. So I guess this whole process reminds me of what we did have in the 1940s in America with Hollywood studios. For all of you following from history or familiar with it, in the 1930s there was a major expansion on the studio front, as well as a link with the overall ownership of both the producers, either production side of things, as well as distribution, and as well as with the exhibitions. So studios became owners of the overall production, of the overall distribution, and overall exhibitions. They basically owned cinemas. It was a huge monopoly that was seen as anti-competitive, making sure that nobody else but a few studios could actually get in and make films. And then that was being broken into separate sections to which any studio was no longer, after I think 1945, 1947, out to be monopolies. They're broken up into 3 separate. Distribution was one, production was the other, and exhibitions was completely separate. And that is what changed the nature of the industry in the US at the time. So that is something that we are likely to be seeing in the future if these kinds of deals are being authorized, because Microsoft obviously several $trillion company and have huge amount of human resources and capital and everything else. They manage to dominate the market to such degree to which they can buy any company at any time to become part of their umbrella organization, will have that degree of impact on the overall competitiveness of the market, as well as the creative skills of the developers, and generally in terms of the trade, because if you are monopolizing, you can set the prices, you can set the conditions and rules and everything else. So I think it's likely that if these things are to be going ahead, in due course we'll see something similar to what had happened to the film industry. It happens sometimes where you have a major expansion, where a particular industry is very fertile, producing lots of different outlets, and then initially you don't have the regulator doing anything about it. But then, as you can see, the collateral consequence, there are going to be other things said and done in order to prevent that degree of interference with the section of the industry overall. So I think that's the way I see it, and I'm happy that Microsoft is able to resolve the problem, because having that degree of conflict with the regulators is of no use to anyone, and it could have serious impact on the services that they provide. I use Microsoft services every single day, but I think at the same time there has got to be overall kind of perception of what is to be happening in a long term, and that's something that was coming out of Sony. I saw that it's not about Activision or Call of Duty, it's about the long-term plan, how, for instance, to be participating within those markets overall, in view of the massive expansion, as there are so many different companies springing up, developers, the publishers and everyone else. So we'll go quickly through the news. We don't have that many today. Watch out, Starfield, the House Flipper hype is building. Well, this is a game that's been promoted through the Steam Festival a few weeks ago, and they said that Pinocchio Bloodborne couldn't outdo the allure of knocking down walls to make houses more spacious. So that's the new game that has been released. I think it's House Flipper 2. Yeah, that's correct, because the original game was released on Steam in 2018, and it had about 70,000 user reviews, so very, very popular, and the vast majority positive. It's a simulation type of game, and they labeled it Sim Sensation, and we've heard that the House Flipper 2 will be coming out soon, and the demo was part of the festival a couple of weeks ago, and they said that the demo of House Flipper 2 actually did beat the demo, and recipe very, very hot game. Lots of people very interested in view of the presentation that was part of Microsoft event during the Summer Game Festival. And we have, just bear with me, I'll keep checking my mic, and they said more wishes to action RPG that more or less puts Pinocchio in Bloodborne, trippy puzzle game, Viewfinder and hundreds of others. So it said this demo is no longer available to play, and neither is the Viewfinder demo, but the Lies of P demo can still be downloaded to Steam. We know that. I told you that I personally felt that pushing more than 100 demos for less than a week for everyone to try was not a very good approach. I think some of these demos will inevitably come back maybe in a few months before these games are released, because obviously making a demo for that sort of 1 week display doesn't seem to me to be particularly feasible, and I kind of look forward to seeing whether this is going to materialize. I mean, I'm certainly hoping that the demos will come back. I was not able to do more than 6 in fact, and I think about 2 of them didn't really work on my computer, so the same problem like what I had in the past. Anyway, so that game is definitely coming out, lots of hype about it, and it's scheduled to release sometime this year. We don't have the date. The Witcher 4 will be the start of a brand new saga, and it will also introduce plenty of new features, but one returning mechanic will not need any explanation. So GameRant tells us that the work on The Witcher 4 is indeed taking place, and they have officially confirmed, CD Projekt Red, that the works, which have been inspired by the novels of Andrzej Sapkowski, have been buzzing ever since it was announced. So while the details are scarce and there's no release date yet, the players will know that the next chapter in the Witcher franchise will kick off a new saga. So the trilogy concluded whatever we watched within those 3 chapters, and that's going to be completely new, starting from scratch. Gamers will be sad to leave behind some of the most beloved elements of the Witcher franchise, such as main character Geralt, and there might be still plenty of features that make a return too. So there's a lot of speculation, but I think what we need to take away from the news is that they are actively working on it, and that is the next big project to come out of CD Projekt Red. I'm very excited to play The Witcher. Fantastic game. I think the 3rd installment is the best, and it has some of the most incredible RPG encounters and bits of storytelling ever seen in an adventure game. So absolutely make sure you either buy it or download it and try it. The Witcher 3 is, according to Jeff Rubinstein of Xbox, the very best RPG that he ever played. So, you know, if you like Jeff and his RPG mindset, and he talks always about very many RPG games that he was playing over the years, then definitely it will be a safe bet. And we are all very excited about The Witcher 4. We've heard from what did I call now? Guerrilla Games. Couldn't remember. Just, I apologize. I wanted to tell you about the developer of Horizon Zero Dawn, and there's been a lot of speculation whether the game will carry on, because it's a single player game and it feels like fairly conclusive in the first 2 installments. And the developer basically told us that after 2 mainline games and DLC expansions, dive into virtual reality, the developer, Guerrilla Games, confirmed there is still plenty of content in the pipeline for that PlayStation series. So they talked at Develop Brighton studio director Jan Bart van Beek, said that the Guerrilla has around 16 plans in development for the franchise. So 16 plans, that will mean probably another installment and extra DLCs. And he said we're going to continue to work on the game for a very long while, and as everybody knows, we're also going to be working on a multiplayer game. So I guess they'll probably try to integrate the elements of Destiny. You know, we have other characters you can play and do different tasks and activities, but that will break up the narrative. It will change the story to a degree, right? Anyway, we'll be quite curious and to see what the game is going to give us. And they said that Horizon Forbidden West sequel is already in development, and the franchise is also being expanded on through a number of transmedia projects, such as a rumored Horizon Zero Dawn remaster for PS5, Netflix series TV adaptation, and the after-mentioned MMO Massive Multiplayer Online spin-off. And they said, sadly, Lance Reddick will no longer be able to contribute. He was quite prominent in the series, and he provided the voice and likeness for the character called Silence. And in the Burning Shores DLC, his last appearance did see him preparing to take on the apparent true antagonist of the Horizon games. Well, very sorry. We all are going to be missing our Commander Zavala, and good to see, good to hear that Horizon Zero West will have its extensions and that the series will carry on. Cult horror classic Clock Tower is getting a remaster next year. Have you played the game? And we're hearing that we'll be doing the remaster, and that's been announced at last night's limited run game showcase. I've not watched that actually, I need to see it. It was yesterday. It's very hard to keep up with all the events, you know. It was easier when I had E3 and everyone participated, and they've gone down the route of everyone doing their own thing. hard to keep up with all the dates and all presentations, but evidently if you're watching a studio separately, you will get a lot more information about the stuff they're doing. There's more attention on their games, their titles, their investments, their quality gameplay. If it's all bundled up together like within a festival, you get tired after a few dozen trailers and vidocs, and then you kind of miss the point. So yeah, I get the idea. I think I agree with the direction that they're taking, and I personally quite enjoy watching separate presentations that are given to us by a development company, and then with a team talking about the game. It just gives me a much better picture overall on everything that indeed they're providing us with. And again, very similar to film studios, very, very similar. So when is this game going to be released? We're not getting the date. They literally told us yesterday that the game is presently being remastered. The game's quite old. It came out in 1995, so I'm excited. I'm interested to see what this is going to be like, and as we've seen with many other games, the remasters and these types of versions are always enhancing the gameplay tremendously. The best of which is Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Gustavo Santaolalla has mentioned a new edition of The Last of Us Part 2. And if I'm not mistaken, he worked on the score. Yeah, he's the game's composer. And he said a new version of The Last of Us 2 for PS5 could well be on the way. And he appeared on an episode of the Blender podcast. That's his cameo in The Last of Us 2, revealing... What was he revealing? That in a new of the game, players will be able to approach the composer in-game and request songs for him to play. This was all that Santaolalla said on the topic, but it's got fans convinced that the rumours of The Last of Us 2 re-release is actually true. I think I like the idea. You really like, I like the idea of going in and then finding the composer, and then after that you'll be able to choose a different tune. So that's quite original. And don't forget, lots of people who are hardcore fans of the game, they are likely to be engaging with the novelties, and they will purchase the remastered director's pack and with all these novelties. I think the beauty of the tech as we have it today is that lots of things can be reintroduced, remastered, reinserted, created. The games could be enhanced. So that really is providing us with many more opportunities to get together with others to play these games, or indeed to experience the game from a different viewpoint. When the games which previously would have been just simply as single-player games could become more interactive, you'll change perspective. And I certainly applaud the developer for suggesting this. Many people who are skeptical will say, they're doing this because they don't want to be investing in the new project. We're just trying to monetize yet again. Is always part and parcel of it. Don't forget, these games are unbelievably expensive to make. They cost anything from $200 to $400 million, and it's obvious that even if the game sold very well, they will still want to beef up on the popularity, because some games don't sell. They cost and they don't sell, similar to what you have with films and television series. So making losses everywhere, and at the same time, your big gains have got to be massive to cover up for the losses and to provide you with extra capital. It's just the basis of any business, but people are not understanding, and I don't see the reason as to why they shouldn't be able to do it and introduce such extra content. And I've seen massive improvements in certain games after being redone. Think of the Gears of War 1, for instance, remastered edition. Fantastic game, became even better. Think about other remakes. Think about Mass Effect and Legendary. Just incredible. It's massively enhanced the gameplay of the original trilogy in all sorts of ways. I think in particular it enhanced the gameplay of Mass Effect 1. But still, the graphics looked more state-of-the-art, more up to scratch, more next-gen. And, excuse me, my voice is gone. It's all these changes of weather. That is what's causing me all the problems. And that's basically what it is. And well, the news that came today that really made me very happy have actually come from Microsoft. And today they announced that a huge content drop of more than 1,300 classic video games will be coming to Xbox consoles for retro fans. The news came through. So they teamed up with retro cloud gaming service called Antstream Arcade, which is a UK-based service, and they'll bring 1,300 classic video games to Xbox consoles. So with an alarming 87% of old school games now unavailable commercially, more people are becoming focused on video game preservation efforts, and that's where the companies like Antstream came in. The company's been around for 10 years, founded in 2013. It's a UK-based business, and it's currently the largest retro game cloud streaming service in the world. They have more than 3,000 licensed titles, with 1,300 of them already available to play. They're obviously working on the rest of the games because they need to be compatible with next gen, and that will take a bit of time. But 1,300 is a huge number. Those who've kept up with Epic Games Store's free weekly offerings over the years may recognize the name of Antstream. In November 2021, the Antstream Welcome Pack was given out on Epic Games Store and basically provided a handful of gems, Antstream's in-platform currency, to unlock games offered by the service. So now, Xbox and Antstream have announced that the retro game cloud streaming service will be launching on Xbox One and Xbox Series X and S on July the 21st, on my birthday. And pre-orders are already open on the Microsoft Store. Gamers can either pay $20.99 for an annual subscription or $79.99 for lifetime access. So I guess it's similar to what they have with Ubisoft Plus. You will have to pay for it. It won't be included in the Game Pass. Maybe some games will from time to time, we'll see. And this is noteworthy because not only will Antstream be the first third-party cloud gaming service to launch on Xbox, it will also be the largest content drop in Xbox history. 1,300 games, obviously, it's a very sizable number of titles. The company will be holding a live stream on July the 14th, so that is today. And so that's at 12 p.m. Pacific. To provide more details about what gamers can expect from Antstream Arcade on Xbox. So watch this space for more, and indeed watch the stream if you can. And we have a message from Paul Tassi today, which is not directly connected to video gaming, but he has been concerned that in recent times, certainly since Elon Musk became the CEO, there has been a huge change in terms of how the new followers are coming into a channel or onto a profile. And he had observed that many people are disappearing for no reason at all. And I have to say that it's a big discussion. The article is on my Twitter. If you're interested, you can have a look. But I had experienced that already for some time, even prior to the acquisition of Twitter by Musk and his. I have no idea what the reason for that is. And on my film dialogue, I've had a steady influx of new readers and followers past the number of 5,000. But for whatever reason, after passing 5,000, it is not ascending. It goes up from 5,000 to, let's say, 5,100, and then keeps dropping back to 5,000. So it's always going up by like 50 or 70 and going down 50 or 70. It's definitely based on algorithms and what they do. And generally, what Musk had said in the past was we eliminate the bots every single day. But I don't believe that that's the case, because I have seen quite a number of people who were not just reading, but they was actually contributing frequently with comments and views, who then suddenly were unfollowed. They've gone. And then I've actually had a few of them coming back saying, how come that we are not following you? So it's something to do with algorithms and the way they are doing some sorting out. I'm not sure what reason for that might be, but if you're interested in ins and outs of this, you can go to my Twitter, and Paul Tassi's article is there. It's quite lengthy. That's the fact that this is not something that is linked to Musk. It's been around for quite some time, and I couldn't work out what the reason for that was, but I did see that it was happening after certain numbers were reached, whether they select different types of profiles. in terms of the overall activity, interactivity, or anything else. I don't know, but it's worth really having a look and finding out indeed might be. And also you can experiment with your own profile and that you are having exactly the same sort of problem. If Baldur's Gate 3 was a roll of the dice by Larian Studios, then it clearly rolled one very best RPGs of 2020. Well, they're really beefing up the hype about Baldur's Gate, and I think there's a worry that perhaps there will be some sort of clash with Starfield release, and not sure really. I find it a bit strange that they're talking so much about it and giving it as the whole thing. I guess it's early access, so some people must have accessed it. Oh yeah, I see. After nearly 3 years in early access, Baldur's Gate 3 will be releasing in earnest on August the 3rd for PC, September the 6th for PS5, and for Xbox Series X. Yeah, it's clashing with the release of Starfield. I remember talking about this a little while back. And somebody might think that the game in early access for that long doesn't have much more to offer, but they're quite wrong. Baldur's Gate 3 is an incredibly big game, which is fitting. They said they had about 127 hours of cutscenes, about 130 hours of cutscenes alone, so it's massive. And they're saying it's a massive game. It's quite fitzy because it packs every single little detail one would be expecting from a Dungeons and Dragons campaign into its runtime. Indeed, Larian Studios' new RPG realizes the dream of seeing Dungeons and Dragons 5e's rule set transferred to a video game format. Across 2 days, Game Rant was able to play about 7 hours of Baldur's Gate 3, so that's 5 hours on PC, 2 hours on PS5, at a major preview event in Ghent, which is in Belgium. And he said, well, what was realized is that permutation is not just a buzzword tossed around by Larian, but the reality of the game core's conceit. And Baldur's Gate 3 has hundreds of hours of content just so that each and every player can define their own story within the world like a true Dragons and Dungeons game. So they tell you a bit more about it, but I just find it really interesting that they're already tipping it to be one of the best games of 2023, the RPG game. We need to see what happens once the game is released. So today is a big day for Exoprimal, and we talked about Exoprimal here quite a bit, and this is a big game with lots of dinosaurs and kind of mythical creatures, and the chaps that resemble our guardians who will fight the enemies. The game is released today on Xbox Game Pass, so you'll be able to download immediately and play it more or less straight away. Just make sure you try it. The game that's been talked about quite a bit. It is if I'm not mistaken, it comes out today as an exclusive, right? So it comes out today as an exclusive, and it's instantly accessible on Xbox Game Pass. That's about it really with the news. I think we covered literally everything, so that's terrific. I'm very happy about that. And it varies. Some days we get really lots of stuff coming in on the wires at other times. Celebrate National Hot Dog Day at Cineworld. Look at that. It's extraordinary. I was just telling you about Larian Studios, and as I was telling you about it, I can't stop thinking that the phone actually detected what I have been saying. You know why? I just talked about it here live on air and had 3 notifications coming from Google about 3 articles linked to Larian Studios. How is that possible? Just now, as I talked about Larian Studios and Baldur's Gate, I received 3 different links on the notifications from Google on the interviews and articles that are linked to Larian Studios. Not sure what to make of that. presently everything is linked to Barbie. Barbie film that will be released on the 21st of July, on my birthday, together with Oppenheimer, Christopher Nolan's big, epic spectacular about the creator of H-Bomb. Well, try to think what film I'll go and see on my birthday when I have this sort of, I'm presented with a choice between Barbie and Oppenheimer. Not hard to guess, I guess. Right, so we've done the news. We've completed that part of the broadcast. We talked a bit about health and everything video gaming and health related. And now we have a few other questions coming in from our community. We had Zoltan yesterday listening to our broadcast and pinging a message saying, you talked a lot with your friends about the direction that the video gaming industry is taking. What do you think the next big step will be? Will Microsoft be the most dominant force in the industry, or is this all going to be broken up? Well, first of all, I want to thank Zoltan for listening to us and for participating with our Q&As. Thank you very much for that. And thank you very much for a fantastic question. We talked about Microsoft acquisition of Activision and the conflict with Sony and all this stuff for some time. And yeah, I mean, we talked yesterday literally about loads of different things which are happening within the field. And as you've heard and seen, we are hotly anticipating certain titles, like Baldur's Gate is one of them. We definitely want to see what the game's like. We're anticipating Starfield being one of the biggest titles. We're anticipating all the other games that have been introduced there through the recent showcase events. How do I see it developing? Well, first of all, I think we'll have a step forward towards, I guess, some degree of monopoly coming from the big cheese, and then eventually, like we've seen with Hollywood studios and with other companies within the entertainment industry, things are going to be broken up because the regulators will not allow for the industry to be narrowing down to only a few players. That would be seen as seriously hampering the overall financial and creative effort. Presently, we are likely to see more studios coming onto the umbrella of Xbox Game Studios. And I'll tell you why. They have the best technology at present. They own the cloud system. PlayStation do not own it. They have to borrow, they have to lease it from other companies, inclusive of the Microsoft. And they will be attracting medium-sized companies, even smaller companies, to become part of the umbrella group. They will be attracting some of the AAA blockbuster companies, as they would want to have extra exposure. The plan that they had presented recently, which is linking the Game Pass with PCs and extract it from the Xbox equation, right? Because you always heard about Xbox Game Pass, but at the moment you're hearing more about the Game Pass. You don't hear much about Xbox. And to hear the executives confirm live online in quite a number of different interviews with in-the-know staff that Xbox console had failed as far as the market presence is concerned, well, that is a very serious something that had not lived up to its expectations. Having 16% of the market, 84 that go to Sony and to Nintendo is or maybe PCs as well. I'm not 100% sure, but PC is also included in there. Anyway, the competitors obviously are Sony and Nintendo. If we're talking about consoles, we really are looking at an acknowledgement that things have not worked. They've not turned out as predicted, and there's the need for that sort of radical change. And the change is we manufacture PCs, we have got Windows, we are the owners of the whole net. Why not throw in Game Pass within the field of other platforms, and let's not attach to Xbox as a console? You've seen already with the app that goes to iOS, Apple phones, iPhones and Android that basically they integrated the Game Pass app and there are lots of games that can be played on mobile phones straight away, both with your controller or with touch controls on your screen. So the perspective is make it accessible on all platforms. That includes the new system on Samsung TVs. They actually introduced this during the Summer Game Festival. I'm not sure whether this is widespread or just on certain models, but the idea is a app that can be played on your TV and you do not need a console. And that is going to be attracting very many companies to join their program. Sony don't have anything like it. They don't have the tech to be able to do it. They don't own it. And therefore, I think many companies will be swinging Microsoft and Xbox at the moment. Once they get too big, once they have too many companies involved, or they start shelving some of the companies that indeed are part of, basically integral members of their group, they will be then breaking up the whole system. It's the usual. What is critical is that they take direction that is giving them the very best of results within the state of the industry as it is today. The way it is today, just referring to Zoltan's question, it's all about instant access. It's instant access to the games through a variety of different platforms. And once you have the app fully integrated with TVs, you have, a variety of platforms to choose from. And the thinking they have at the moment is linked with TVs and PCs, because between TVs and PCs, we'll probably have, I would say, the majority of people who actually live on a planet. If you put these two together, some people have PCs, many people have television sets, and maybe they will invent like an add-on device which you can plug into your TV. If, for instance, the app is not fully installed on your TV for whatever reason, you can buy the, like the Google Stick or something, and then you'll be able to access the Game Pass. So it is hard to predict. I personally believe that the future of the industry is going down the route of that's all going to be sent to oblivion, similar to what we have now with our 5G internet, whatever has been previously present. Evidently, if you lived during where we had to be sending snail mail letters to America to get a response, and it would have taken several weeks before a response arrived, and you were able to choose between airmail being shipped by ships. Compare that to WhatsApp or instant messages on your iOS. Snail mail is sent to oblivion. Instant response, instant access, instant recognition, instant knowledge, instant accessibility overall is something that nobody can wrestle with, and that is the future. That's the immediate future, and they're pursuing this development on all fronts with major investments. The only difficulty there is that not everyone will have access to the high speeds or the higher speeds, up to a point where 5G or even 10G, or I don't know what kind of networks they invent, becomes fully integrated everywhere. You've seen, for instance, that with Elon Musk, he owns these Starlink satellites, and for instance, if you were to be using the signal that comes out of that sort of global network, then evidently you will have very, very fast speeds, and the devices will be connected, and people are going to be able to subscribe and use the services with ease, without any form of interference or hindrance, as we've had with ordinary broadband, for instance. So all these things, one with the other, are connected to the development of the tech. Without the development of the tech, you do not have then the capacity for that choice to be emerging, right? It's the same like you had with film industries, when they were changing different kind of film stock, where the different film stock being invented or discovered, you were suddenly then getting a different style applied to what was being offered through the product. Different genres, different types of framing, different colors, different contrasts. For instance, the biggest thing that happened at one stage was that the new film was enabling filmmakers to make films at night without the need for extra lighting. It's a highly sensitive film stock, and that itself revolutionized everything in the film industry, and obviously caused problems for the companies that are providing lighting for anybody who was making films up and about, out on the streets. And it's well known that, for instance, the French New Wave movement grew out of that discovery. It was all down to the film stock, which was discovered and facilitated the emergence of the new style. So, similar to that in video game industry, we have seen it's been easier in recent years for very small groups of people to set up their development companies and then offer the products to to publishers. And it's all down to the development of the tech, similar to what you had in music. In music, musicians for several decades had to be going to big studios to record things on vinyl, and you had to pay for everything. With the invention of home-based studios on PCs, laptops, and other devices, today you can do it on your mobile phone, right? These kinds of studios became obsolete. Not for everyone. You want to have the biggest stars, obviously they'll go to the bigger studios, but that's just a very small number of clients compared to the studios actually having no room at all for anyone to come in because of the sheer numbers of musicians who are coming in requesting their songs to be recorded. So you can see the tech changes the way we behave, what we do, how we create things. And coming back to streaming, we would not be able to connect with that many people worldwide had it not been for the invention of YouTube and Twitch live streaming apps. Gaming is part and parcel of that, and being a company of the Microsoft size, having the entire infrastructure in your own possession is something that gives you a lot of muscle. People don't like it, but that's the fact. You've always had these massive companies, and I think they are spearheading the effort in a way which is good at the moment. I didn't see anything resembling the old style ecosystems to which they were trying to monetize on every single thing, and generally were providing things that were not always user friendly. As far as Xbox is concerned, it's just changed radically since Phil Spencer came to the company, and since he became the CEO. We've seen everything move from strength to strength. As far as an ordinary gamer is concerned, there may be other issues there to do with competition, or to do with the way the business is run. But we, the consumers, us who want to be playing games, we've been given so many different benefits. I talked yesterday with Matthias. You heard Zoltan about the change ever since the streaming services appeared. I've subscribed and I played so many games. In the past, you had to buy every single game you want to play. It was not an option for you to be streaming a game and trying it out before you purchased it. And I actually bought lots of games as well. But obviously, the ratio of the ones I streamed and tried for streaming services versus the ones I purchased is massive, because there will be fewer games that I purchase today compared to the past, because you had that mindset. You felt you were driven to buy these games because they'll be gone. Once the game becomes like sold out, there are no more copies. You can't really get it anymore, and therefore you would purchase it and you play it at a later date. But generally, when I was buying physical copies, I always played all the games I purchased. I played them back to back. That's no longer the case with streaming services. We're spoiled for choice. We have too many games, and tried a bit, don't like them too much. In fact, I jumped in yesterday in order to get my rewards points through Xbox. I jumped in and played Ghost Recon Wildlands, the game I played on PlayStation previously. It was amazing. As soon as I entered, I was given so many rewards. And all of that is part and parcel of the system that EA Play have on Xbox Game Pass. To suddenly different outfits, different bits and pieces you can use for your gameplay, and it just looked amazing. It looked so much superior compared to what I had previously on my PlayStation. New gen, next gen graphics, smart delivery, to X and S. It's just incredible. But what I'm trying to say is I jumped in order to get my experience points, which I picked up was 300, and it's amazing that I have been able to do that. I just have to click on the button, step in, watch the game, play a bit of it, and then I could obviously come back to it at a later stage. These are just incredible advances of technology, making it possible for us to have a lot more choice, to enable a lot greater competition, and also to affect price ranges. Many of these games are a lot cheaper compared to what they used to be. So, you know, you get some fantastic games. I bought The Division. Actually, I got The Division 1 for free on Xbox Live Gold, and the sequel I bought for £4.20. It was like really cheap, and the expansion, the New York expansion, I picked up for maybe £5 or £6. It's also very, very low price. So, you know, there are many pluses. There are many things that work in our favor, and I have never been as knowledgeable and as diverse with my gaming prior to the invention of those streaming platforms. So I'm absolutely for it. And I also think that people who are using the streaming platform, people who are members of our community, they need to understand everything today is based on the quantity of the usage of a particular product and offer. So when they see that people are downloading games, when they see that people are claiming the freebies, people are coming in and exploring the new things offered every single week, they continue to invest. They think this is the service which indeed is popular and will have its own long kind of a lifespan. If you don't do that, you stick to one game and you never pick up your freebies and you ignore all of this, well, you know, there will be collateral. And certainly for a person who's been playing games for many years, I just never thought I'd be able to live in this kind of paradise with so many choices and where everything I can try with such ease. And, you know, it's incredible. Just go to Game Pass and have a look. People say there's nothing to play on it. I mean, how can you say that? Got more than 500 titles, and there's so many heavyweights. I mean, think of Gears of War 5, Game of the Year Edition, the Ultimate Edition. Think of the Master Chief Collection, you know, the big heavyweights of Xbox Studios. Think of Bethesda games, you know, Fallout, for instance, the series, and you got 64, you got number 3, number 4, you got Vegas. Think about Dishonored. Think about Wolfenstein. Think about let me think. What's the Outer Worlds? You know, this just goes on and on. I'm just talking about some heavyweights, and obviously imported lots of games from EA Play as well, like Battlefield games, very, very popular games. Lots of sports games, lots of indie games. So there's plenty to entertain and plenty to see and to play at any other time, depending on your mood, depending on time of year, depending on your squad, people who want to join you. And I just think that is the future. So coming back to Zoltan, I think the future is literally within the niche of streaming live and being able to access it instantly on any platform. That is the direction that I will see. Whether eventually, if Microsoft and Sony become too big to get broken up, we'll need to see, but I think it's likely. It's likely, as these companies will not be allowed to be dominating all sections of the market. It's as simple as that. There will be some sort of regulator coming in. We've seen that in other industries in the past, and that is the likely outcome. So thank you, Zoltan, for asking such a great question. I really thoroughly enjoyed it, and I'm very, very happy to see that you are watching our streams and picking up on the discussions. We talked a lot yesterday, Matthias, myself, and Zenith, and I'm so glad that indeed you are also following the trends within the industry. The other question was, what's next for Destiny? You talked about all these different directions, but I think I didn't actually tell you, this is Josephine. Josephine has been a member of our community for some time, and I've had several messages in the past, and thank you, Josephine, for contacting us and for asking this question. I guess this is in response to the discussion that Matthias and me had yesterday about the final shape and all this. But basically, I'll go back to the question. It says, you talked a lot about the new direction for Destiny. What is actually going to happen? She says, I think they will conclude the saga, and I don't think they want to be investing as much in the service and everything that we've seen of late, because this is altogether too expensive. We've had problems with the service already for several months. Nothing had been done by Bungie. We've heard stories about Gambit being improved for several years. Nothing had been provided by Bungie. And then we've seen also the idea that they will be incorporating Destiny 1 and make the game more story driven, and that also didn't take place. So what on earth is happening? I'm not very optimistic when it comes to the future of this game. Well, it's about 6 questions in one. And I grateful, and the vast majority are linked to our discussion yesterday. So thank you for first of all, for listening to us and supporting the channel. Thank you so much for that, and thank you for raising these questions. I mean, like I said yesterday, what you mentioned is of concern to us all. You've seen and heard yesterday from Matthias, who said that he much prefers Destiny 1, and you've seen, for instance, Zenith, our dedicated community member, had played Destiny 2 first, and he was, I guess, driven to the original game purely by his curiosity about what the game was like in the early days. Board games being very, very different. So, the game had been created almost 10 years ago, and it has 2 installments, and these 2 sections are completely different. You've seen yesterday, as we were completing the secret mission, that it doesn't matter how long you play the game, you can always discover something which is novel. I picked up that dead ghost yesterday. I've gone to that corridor a million times, and I never picked up a dead ghost. So that is exciting for anyone who's a long-time member of the original game. You've heard how both Zenith and Matthias did find the original game to be a lot more difficult to complete, particularly so if you were doing it without a major team support. In fact, there are parts of that game that are impossible to complete without team effort. The reason for that is you wouldn't know what to do. You wouldn't know where to go. Like, for instance, in that mission yesterday, you really did need to know where to go, because it was not easy to find a path. You have no radar, and you need to be simply guided to the point at which you will be able to complete the task. So, we are concerned that little work has been invested in the maintenance of the servers. What problems these servers are having, I really don't know. I haven't got the faintest clue, because obviously I'm not a tech person. I don't understand how these servers work, but we are observing these problems. They're interfering with the gameplay, and it's very annoying for the gamers who are doing pinnacle activities, where, for instance, they experience these kinds of baboon, weasel, chicken, and anteater crashes, and it's affecting my stream. Fortunately, yesterday, as you've seen, we were booted several times, but the stream didn't discontinue. And whether this is to do with Twitter or whether it's to do with Bungie, I don't know, but the error messages are coming directly from Bungie. So they need to be spending a lot more time resolving these technical issues. It's likely that the technical issues are emerging due to the sheer size of the game and the sheer number of the everyday participants. Sometimes you will get problems that you're not expecting because of the volume. So, I've written to Bungie, and I've been communicating through various platforms like Reddit, and wanted to raise the awareness of the problem which we are experiencing at present. And so far, we've not seen any major improvements. The crashes have become less frequent, and they indicated, it was last Sunday, I think, or last Monday, about 10 days ago, that all the problems had been fully resolved, but that's not really the experience that we've had. So as far as the technical side of the game is concerned, they will need to be spending a lot more time on it, and we've not seen the overall response compared to what had been present in the past coming from Bungie. And there have been speculations here in my community as well as on Reddit that this is down to the changes they apply to the community management, so they don't have any more the same people doing the connecting with, sort of putting it on the back burner. Hard to tell. I can't really imagine that they could respond to every single message, but they are responding to the overall concerns with the regular weekly updates, both on the blog and on Twitter. And people who are writing these messages need to resort to the postings. The postings will indicate what work is being currently done, what the future holds, and what is seen as a problem. And I've got to say that some of those updates, the weekly updates, are incredibly lengthy. I find it even very hard to read because it's many pages. All of those are in response to the community participants' letters or emails. So what I'm trying to say is, do not expect your immediate response to your message and therefore consider yourself to be ignored, but always look at the update and find out whether the update contains some of your concerns. Because if it does, it means that your message was definitely taken fully on board and it is being looked at and considered. So that's the way to do it. And every week I get updates from Bungie on what work they've been doing in the course of the week before the reset and what's been completed. Sometimes they're even lengthier if linked to these various server-based problems. The last bit of the question was about the overall direction Destiny is taking. Well, that's the most difficult question. You heard from Matthias yesterday. His assumption is that Destiny 1 will be imported to the Destiny 2 universe in full in order to discontinue the live service for the game. Running 2 games with live service of that magnitude is unbelievably expensive and requires huge amount of maintenance, i.e. human resources need to be directed to the sections that will be tackling the technical proficiency of the game. That obviously costs time and money, or as we said, it's time and labor intensive. So it's likely, it's possible, and they halted the integration for some reason. It did start a couple of years ago with Beyond Light, and I'm not sure what the reason for that is, but I'm quite certain that the idea will be to have, similar to Elder Scrolls Online, one big world with all maps and everything at one place. Whether this will function properly, whether this will be as good as we expect it to be, not just the enhanced graphics, but actual gameplay and like a full narrative integration, remains to be seen. Destiny always had a bit of a wonky narrative. It didn't really come across initially as a game that was story driven, but that has been enhanced by recent content during the last couple of years. I think we've seen a sharp turnaround with Shadowkeep, and every expansion after that was having more of that story-driven content. It became easier for us to understand what happens in the game, and I think generally it's been greatly appreciated. I also quite like the weekly story missions and the weekly activity that we're getting through the seasons, and I didn't really like the idea of having just difficult activities given that were not tied in with the overall narrative. I just felt this would be, we could have gone to any other battle royale game, and we could have done something similar. So there's been a considerable enhancement in that department, and then we've had many snippets of dialogue and NPCs coming in after we completed certain missions, telling us more about the lore, about the legends, about the state of play as far as the story is concerned. I think that needs to be made replayable, so that you're not losing it as you are going through the season, and people will need to be able to revisit these parts even after the seasons are over. It's a lot of content, I know, but it needs to be made accessible. We paid for the seasons, we paid for the content, we paid for the content that was deleted or temporarily vaulted, as they call it. We want to be able to access that at any time. So whether they will be trying to do everything within one universe will depend on the state of the technology that is currently accessible. They will have problems with the space, they will have problems with the servers being able to manage the numbers, and once the tech develops to the degree to which, similar to what I described with internet speeds, everything becomes easy, then we'll have everything in one place, and that's imminent. I think that's likely to be seen within the next 3 years. I don't really see any prospect for either of the games to be discontinued or left on a back burner because of the overall impact that the game have had, the overall revenue that the games are making still today, and generally, it's like Halo. It's Bungie's baby. They worked on it for so many years, and they will want to carry on. Whether this game will have the same direction, the same style of gameplay in 2 or 3 years cannot be predicted. It will be absolutely dependent on the development of the tech and the current trends. So the trends may well be swinging towards narrative-driven RPGs. Huge interest, new generation of gamers coming in, buying everything which is narrative-driven. And you've seen, for instance, with Xbox Studios, they've gone down this route. There are lots of different RPGs, narrative-driven games that will be coming out within the next 2 to 3 years. We've seen them for the showcase events and recent presentations. So these are the two critical factors. I guess the third critical factor is the overall investment. Whether the shareholders and the people investing in Bungie will be happy with modest games and with sometimes the periods where the games are slowing down. They may need to be bringing some new team members, people who are coming in from other companies with some novel ideas, where, for instance, the original gameplay and in-game mechanics will be kept, and you would have then something new introduced that will come across as very interesting and positive, I guess aligned with other trends coming from other projects. Destiny is a groundbreaking, once in a generation type of game. It's a pioneering project. Nobody else had attempted to do these things before, and evidently, like with any other pioneering projects, there are going to be lots of hurdles on the way, and there will be lots of issues and problems. But you've got to be able to embrace them and then learn from the journey. And that's, I think, what they have been doing. What I didn't like recently, and I still think this must be connected to the losses they sustained during that year with Microsoft and Game Pass inclusion, they began to monetize very aggressively certain parts of the game that have never been present beforehand. Buying, for instance, the anniversary pack and getting just a small fraction of the pack through the in-game activity, that needing to buy dungeons and vault keys, and that's not acceptable. That's something that needs to change. And obviously, if people purchased all of it and then eventually becomes free, lots of people who invested the money will be very angry. At the end of the day, being angry about investing it and that sort of thing being turned into a freebie will be less apparent if the content that comes in is of high quality. So at the end of the day, like with podcasting and streaming here, it is all about high quality content. It's about what you're providing. And if they manage to sustain 10, 15, 20, 30 years on the trot providing that sort of high quality content, it will carry on. Think of Star Trek. How many different actors, seasons, variations did the series have from its initiation in the 1960s? Very many. And you watch more recent Star Trek compared to the 1960s, it's a completely different direction taken. It looks different. The story is connected to different types of notions and ideas. But still, the brand's there. So whether Destiny will become like this, like a brand, to which you'll have lots of different ideas and games introduced to it, remains to be seen. But it will have to be a cohesive brand, in order for that to be liked and loved by so many different gamers. And we've seen with story-driven games such as Elder Scrolls, I think a very good example. They have that degree of longevity. I mean, Fallout is the other. Not really been around as long. Final Fantasy has been around for what, almost 30 years, and people always go back to it. And there's always a scope for that game to be remastered, to be redone. Something else inserted, change the story. I think the options are there. It's down to the company to take that decision and pursue the route that will provide both them and the gamers with the very best opportunity to engage, to enjoy, and to do everything else. Hope I answered the question, Josephine. It's a lengthy question. I just feel that we are at the crossroads. We need to wait for that August presentation. Everyone's impatient, nobody can wait, and we need to see what the presentation will bring us. And that certainly is what I'm very excited about. And if they come up with some really good ideas, we want to know what happens after the last chapter concludes, when we realize that either the humanity won or lost, and the witness hopefully is going to be defeated, and the traveler gets back to normal, so to speak. Then we'll get some clarity on what the progression is going to be. Maybe there will be new characters. Maybe there will be new worlds, new planets, and I think Destiny will be very carefully watching the response to Starfield. You know, Starfield having 1,000 planets, and many will be artificially generated with lots of activities and the capacity for new DLCs, new characters, and new activities to be brought in. So these are loads of different factors to consider. But I think I gave you a good picture of what I'm anticipating. I'm certainly not expecting for those live servers to be switched off. I don't expect for Destiny the sequel in its present format to be shelved in order for Bungie to do some other games. That's just definitely not on the cards. And whether we are going to be seeing voluminous or somewhat downsized content will be depending on the tech and on the investment. That's most critical. Without the investment, there aren't many enough servers. Without not having many enough servers, we can't be redoing all the activities. So it does have a knock-on effect. These are the questions from our community. So now we come to the area that everybody likes the best, and that area is called Destiny gameplay. So that is what we are going to be doing next. How is everybody doing today? You having a good day so far? What sort of weather is out there where you are? We're having a rainy day out here, and I quite like the idea. It will make it really less humid, more refreshing, the hot weather gone, and so grateful that we are getting that rain compared to what they're experiencing in Spain and Greece. 45, 47 degrees today. That is just unbearable. Obviously, if you are near the sea, it's a bit more manageable, but still, it is a very, very hot kind of temperature for us who are not really used to it. We have not grown up in tropical parts of the world, and I mean, I certainly get affected by very cold or very hot weather. Prefer that medium, and are really very surprised that down south here in England we are not having it anymore. The medium, that is. We are experiencing all these kinds of extreme temperatures coming our way to our shores out of the blue, and I'm not very keen on it. Alright friends, I need to take a very short break, and then we'll get back to our gameplay. I'm not sure what's happening now, because the game should be loading. I'm just waiting for the Guardian to pop up. Okie dokie, we'll just put that be right back on. And then I can provide you with some extra information in there. So I'll just give you a link. Bear with me. Take a moment of my time. There we are. We've got the link in there. So if you wish to support our charitable fundraising campaign, you can just click on the link and get all the information on myself as the broadcaster, then on the charity Mind, and then also on Tiltify, the platform that's giving us this opportunity to collect funds, and have a look. Really, in addition to that, you can also watch the stream through the link, which is not going to be using a lot of your bandwidth. So if you are on 5G or 4G, you'll be saving some of that internet allowance that you are being given by your ISP. Also, I can put down there, if you like what you see here, if you like our community chats and activities, you can tip. You can basically provide us with some shillings and pence, and that will help our community, and it will certainly enable this channel to grow. So bear with me, I'm going to write this down as well. There we are. If you like what you see here and enjoy our chats and community-based activities, you can support us by tipping. So there we are. Just got another link. Bear with me. Take a second. There we are. That's the link. And now I need to take a short break. Right, my friends, I'm back and we are going to be doing some Destiny gameplay here imminently, so just bear with us. As usual, we'll go to Hunter. First and foremost, we'll have a look at our community members. Whether anybody wants to join us, we'll have a look at that. Somebody called I'm Bully Maguire. Well, I must say. Well, I'm not certain who that is, but he would have not been allowed to use this username live on air. Must have changed it. Doesn't sound familiar to me. Nobody else is out there, so very quiet day so far. We've not had anybody else but Gail popping in, saying hello. Very good to see that Gail's there, and apparently Gail came in immediately after she woke up, so that's tremendous. 6 hours back, must be 10 o'clock out there in Ohio, I believe. Okay, so before doing anything, we'll go to the tower. We'll get some bounties, and then we'll crack on with some savers. We had quite a variety of different activities here yesterday. A mixture of some story missions with what was it? Prison of Elders, and then we had secret mission. We've had the one section that Zenith had to be completing was the challenge of the Elders, and unfortunately, although all three of us were doing the best we could, we worked really hard, we didn't manage to get to that 30,000 points, and I'm not sure really what the reason for that was. I thought probably to do with the game. The game was not providing us with many enough enemies. That's probably the main reason. In first instance, we were short of about 200 points, and then when we came back for the second round, I think we were short by 300 or 400. So not not like a major shortfall, but still very noticeable. Okay, that's all been sorted yesterday. Don't need to bother about this. And I simply need to look at weapons. Need to see whether any of that. Oh, we got that completed. Oh, look at that. That's the Prison of Elders bounties. What I want to ask our community members is, do you know where Zer is? Because I have loads of coins now, and I want to be able to purchase, look at that, 73, so I should be able to get some really amazing things from Zer. And anybody knows where Zer is in Destiny 1 this week? If so, just please let me know. I'll pick up some great exotic gear. We'll go for the Seavers first, and then we'll pick up some of these. Yeah, we're full. That's good. And then I'll use some consumables, right? So these are going to be that one, then that one, that one, that one. That's about it. And we'll just depart immediately to Siva strikes. I actually want to see something. Just bear with me. I'll do Sivas obviously, but I'm quite curious about Noble it's performed. So that's the Crucible. Could be a strike using the Arc Blade. Ah, okay. At least 15 enemies in total. We'll try that then. So we'll pick up Boltcaster. As you could see, this has got Arc. That's weird. I thought I completed my admin yesterday before departure, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Okay, so that's one. Age of Triumph. That's to do with the weekly raid. Patrols, which can be completed. Okay, the old hunger. Ah, that's really to do with the raid. Okay. So these are the patrols. Wrath of the Machine. Husk of the Pit and Transforming into Idle Ally. Okay. King's Fall. Yeah, I mean there's just a few left here, not as many, but right, so without further ado, let's just crack on. Let's Sivas. People like watching Sivas. People like watching Nightfalls. Ironclad, more enemies have shields. Melee damage is increased. Solar burn, okay, solar damage when the source is greatly increased, and heroic enemies come in greater numbers. Okay, that's fine. We'll Oh, Matthias is there. Hello, how are you doing? Matthias is saying, I think Zer is by the speaker this week. I'll have a look. I'll have a look. Thank you for the tip. How are you? Are you at work today? Are you having a day off? Do you want to join us? We can do things together, you know. Zenith is not here yet today. Probably caught up with some work or some other. And Matthias says, well, I'm not really off today, sadly. Guardian, sorry to hear that. Origin point is somewhere along the coast. Days off are always great. We had a really lengthy session yesterday. It was really so good. I had messages, you know, later that would have come in overnight from various people who watched it. Some also watched it on playback. I've had actually questions, I don't know whether you heard. I talked about, they asked questions about Destiny, the future of the game, and basically all we talked about. She asked what we believe the future is going to be, because she was not really that hopeful in view of the problems with the servers and some of the other things that Bungie seemed to have been backtracking on. I think the references to the integration of Destiny 1 and the slow development of additional story missions. So I talked a bit about what, you know, what my perspective on that was, and I just want to say to all of our friends who are watching, I've gone through this route a million times before, right? And I never ever did go down here, right? to pick up that dead ghost. That dead ghost was hidden in there. There. So I was able to pick it up yesterday, very, very grateful. And our friend Matthias was helping Zenith to get some dead ghosts here on the route. Undead Shadow. Okay, Undead Shadow, I will accept you. Just bear with me. I'll bring you in. Undead Shadow wants to be a friend. Accepting. Bear with us. Great to see. Our friend Undead Shadow is a great fan of Destiny, I can see that.
I think they're trying to bypass his database and gain direct control of the Warsats. That would be bad.
Oh, I see, we are in a squad. I see, well thank you. Cheers. Need to carry on as I joined somebody else's strike. So, joining the allies. Alright.
I'm going as fast as I can. You'd think Rasputin would have made this a little easier on us.
Yeah, we were doing this strike yesterday on the very hard difficulty level, and it was really quite tricky, I've got to say.
That been modified to crack his system. Let's take it out.
Well, that was
Not even a crazy Russian thank you.
just too easy. This didn't feel like a Sealer strike, I've got to say.
The Fallen will claim nothing from this breach, not even a fire team to seal the complex. This cannot happen. Thanks to you, Guardian, the dream of the city lives on, without fear of weapons in the sky.
Well, that's amazing. I was able to sit there. Look at that. Yeah, we've completed this. This was literally part of Sleeper Simulant quest yesterday. Look at this. Neil kills. That's because I joined somebody else's strike right at the end. Already we're about to finish it. We'll keep it in here for a minute. And the other chap wanted us to be a friend, and then he departed from the strike even before we collected the loot. Well, I guess there are people who want to be having future teammates on PlayStation, which is all good and noble, but we expect a maximum team effort always from everyone. Being attentive to others, helping others, in Destiny that is most frequently observed, but not every single time. Some other games, like for instance Apex, if you do it through the random matchmaking, you'll get loads of people who are not really paying attention to team effort. People just do their own solo stuff in a team effort based game, and
The Vex have restarted their world.
definitely something I do not endorse.
In time, Venus will be consumed.
Tandem Fire.
Scouts report that the Vex have upgraded the Nexus mine with tech from the Vault of Glass.
Do you need something, Kate?
No, just here to support my favorite Guardian.
I'm sure. Let's take that Nexus mind apart.
I'm surprised they completed this bounty because they didn't do anything in there. Weird.
Look, current situation aside, the Guardians have things.
See, for the second time I'm being slotted in into somebody else's strike. Don't like that.
The Warlock halls could always use a once crossover with a mob.
What was that? You're breaking up. That barrier would have taken considerable resources to power. I think they're scared.
Validate that fear, Guardian.
My stomach drops whenever you make a jump like this. I don't even have a stomach. Funny how that works.
Well, as you could see, the seals they don't work properly. Being slotted in halfway to the strike, so that's not really something that I really enjoy doing. And I bought literally into the very ending of it all.
Doesn't change the plan.
I got hit by something. Thank you. We both got hit by something. Ah, we're both dead. Ah. Baboon again. You could see that the other guy also got killed because of the error. He just died out of the blue. Didn't do anything. Now we can hear the music, but we can't actually look. He's dead.
Legion of hunters to oversee, which is less fun than it sounds. I think they think I'm too hands-on.
Some of them just don't like you.
Wait, what?
You've done well, Guardian.
The servers are not working properly today. Look at this.
Despite our enemy's best efforts.
Baboon. Baboon is causing it. I don't see anything on my screen, and you can't see anything because it's all dead dark. Again, second strike, nil kills. Shouldn't be nil kills. I actually did eliminate a few enemies in there. Let us see whether the next one will work better. I don't know why we're being slotted in like that. Not much fun. As we are 3-piece, I guess Or are we a three-piece? Don't see the other guys there.
Funny story for you. Remember that Centurion Oryx took right after you landed on the Dreadnought? Then the Centurion and the Taken Ogre tried to stop you from killing the king? Didn't work. So the Centurion's Bond brothers are pretty angry they lost their commander. They're leading a team to blow the Dreadnought's core. Core goes...
So now we're getting the other guys. Okay.
You're gonna make sure that doesn't happen.
So that's better. Bond brothers. Okay. We played this one many times. No heavy ammunition. Synth. Well, I need to get many more synths.
Cade, why do you think they crashed their ship into the Dreadnought? Those are extreme tactics for the Cabal.
The Vanguard intercepted a signal, a message from the Cabal from way outside the solar system. A direct order to crash the ship, use it as a beachhead, and take out the king. Now that's loyalty.
I have tracking on the Bond brothers. They're the ones leading the assault on the power plant. Marking the coordinates now.
Aha. Yeah, I know why, because I'm trying to do something that is not linked to the mods, so we need to put back Raise Lighter. The reason I enabled Boltcaster was to do with a current quest that still needs to be completed. I can do that probably later. The strike was not as difficult.
Watch out! They brought a tank to a gunfight.
Yet again the other guys are racing, and I don't want to see that stream. Then what? You know, I can't do anything about it. If people want to be racing, they're just randomly selected.
No fear. You know, when they go to war, they're kicked out of the Empire. Yeah, victory is the only way they get to go home.
I just want to say to Matthias that we had about 500 people coming in and going yesterday during the stream, so that was quite good. They didn't stay with us all the time, obviously, but I was really pleasantly surprised with the overall figures and the numbers of people who actually joined us and listened to us. And also I got questions which were linked to our discussion. So, you know, that was really, really good.
Let's keep moving.
Subtle frost. Mm-hmm.
I bet those brothers don't even know their commander is dead. Their attack might be some kind of ultimatum. Give us the Primus, or we blow the ship.
Wasn't this clever?
That is a lot of Cabal explosives hooked up to the Dreadnought core.
There we are. There we are. Sea is racing, so now we're being pushed to depart. We don't fancy doing that sort of thing again.
Let's head to the bridge. See if we can reacquire the brothers.
I can't tell you the number of scouts I've lost to these brothers on Mars. They need to be stopped. Go careful.
He's gone. Hey, he's gone. Ah, that was not very good. He's got the hammers. Thank you. Too close to him. Two of us got killed. Ah, a bit rusty today. A bit rusty. Yeah. Should have been a bit more effective, my broadcasting there. Thank you.
They're finished.
I mostly keep doing this Vanguard thing for the perks and bragging rights, but I guess it's nice to keep the system from exploding too.
I don't have really that many skeleton keys at the moment. But 2, I think. 3. Okay, I would keep one of those for Nightfalls. A lot better loot than here. But we will not be continuing with those 2 chaps instead of doing speedruns. I'm not interested in speedruns here. We'll try to get slotted in with someone else who wants to do it in a leisurely fashion. Just want to say to our viewers that we are not here supporting and endorsing competitive gameplay and speed runs and, you know, esports competitions, that sort of thing. So when we get slotted in with people who are doing it, it gives us a somewhat different aura. What I'm trying to say is that we don't want the competitive elements to be getting entrenched. And obviously when you watch it you can see that they were just literally trying to get to the brothers. They're not interested in any other ads, they just race through everything. And that is not interesting for the viewers. You know, people watching these strikes, they want to see how everything is done. Alrighty, so let's see, we've got that and that. I got to say that my Razorlight didn't seem to deliver too well in there. The bosses were really resistant, and some of the other ads. And we should have the mod there was for the solar being more powerful, be it the weapons or the armor. That didn't seem to work.
Some creatures of the Hive strain against the will of Oryx. Alak-Hul, the Darkblade, is one such. Long ago he fomented rebellion against the king, and attempted to take his mantle. Alak-Hul failed, and now awaits the mercy of the Hive. Given the chance, the Darkblade will step in to take Oryx's crown. We must not allow another prince to rise.
The Darkblade suffers his judgment in the depths of a Hive prison. I am feeding an energy marker to your ghost. It will lead you to his cell.
Let me see what they'll engage all the enemies that are just well, that's not the way in. Look like they were glitching it, I think, from what I've seen. There are several dead ghosts in here, for anyone who's collecting dead ghosts. But I had completed 9. Yeah, just when I was getting to the wizard. Well. These Seers are too easy. I don't know what's going on. This is not like Seer strikes, it's more like ordinary Vanguard strikes.
I can sense a powerful incantation. Hive runes hold the far door shut.
My scan says the runes draw energy from those towers. If you get me over there, I can hack them and open the door.
Running out of ammunition so frequently. I guess that looks a bit like Sealers, but you know.
getting weaker. Let's get to the other battery.
Triple jump didn't work. Well, well. Thank you. Again didn't work. Why? Why didn't it work? What is going? The artifact. Olga, and then my favorite, Alakul.
We're on the right track. Alakul's energy marker is getting stronger.
Find the Dark Blade. Finish this.
Ah, go away. They didn't really eliminate the Shriekers. The Shriekers need to be always utmost priority in here. Otherwise we all get eliminated.
Eris, why did the Darkblade rise against Oryx?
The wizard Varrock was his mate. He slain of thralls in her name, marched on the king's throne, at the head of an army built on hate and pain.
These chap could have paid a bit more attention to the Shriekers.
Lakhul, he is hunting you.
Eris, why did the Darkblade rise against Oryx?
The Darkblade. I sense him. The wizard Varrock was his mate. He slew a legion of thralls in her name, marched on the king's throne, at the head of an army built on hate and pain.
How romantic.
Well, Alakul's gone, so that's good.
Yes. May his dark soul go screaming into the pit between the stars. The creatures of the Hive are treacherous, vicious, but they can still fall to infighting, to petty distractions of the flesh. That is why we must rise above, Guardian. It is the only way we will survive the long night.
Look, no ghost. Vanguard Elite Bounty already completed. Okay. D-City Rock. Wonder where that D-City is. Oh, a very quiet session today. We had generally so many people popping in. Today hardly anybody saying hello or coming in, and we had Gail and Matthias, but everyone else is elsewhere. It's only Friday. In fact, I did see that on Saturday, particularly Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, it is not a very good time to do our Destiny stream. So tomorrow we are not going to be having it.
Story for you. Remember that Centurion Oryx took right after you landed on the Dreadnought? Then the Centurion and the Taken Ogre tried to stop you from killing the king? Didn't work. So the Centurion's Bond brothers are pretty angry they lost their commander. They're leading a team to blow the Dreadnought's core. Core goes, most of the system goes with it. You're gonna make sure that doesn't happen.
Dark Agent, one of our new community members. He joined us a couple of days ago.
Cade, why do you think they crashed their ship into the Dreadnought? Those are extreme tactics for the Cabal.
The Vanguard intercepted a signal, a message from the Cabal from way outside the solar system. A direct order to crash the ship, use it as a beachhead, and take out the king. Now that's loyalty.
I have tracking on the Bond brothers. They're the ones leading the assault on the power core. Marking the coordinates now. Why would you bring a tank to space?
Oh, go away. Didn't see any of them. You're all dead. Just busy looking at the tank rather than paying attention to the incoming ads. Well, this time it's going to be another way around. Oh, go away. We got killed too easy, I think. Hard to tell really what's going on, because these sealers seem to be very uneven, literally within the content as well.
their signal. Maybe we should try the bridge.
Those Cabal soldiers have no fear. You know, when they go to war, they're kicked out of the Empire. Yeah, victory is...
That was more difficult than usual, I've got to say. It really was. We were all dying too quick. Not sure what was causing it. Just seemed to me that some of the enemies were like too powerful. Heavyweight.
Taken and Cabal fighting for the bridge. Wherever the brothers are, they aren't here. Let's keep moving.
Let's keep moving.
I bet those brothers don't even know their commander is dead. Their attack might be some kind of ultimatum. Give us the Primus, or we blow the ship.
Something's wrong with this picture. You get 3 guesses. There are munitions hooked up to each structural weakness on the floor. I think the brothers know we're here.
He's already on the end. See, the solar weapon should work a lot better in here, and actually not working too well. Well, the spin actually works better in some of the bosses, so I didn't take much damage from my res lights at all. Should be more vulnerable. I got him.
It's done. The Brotherhood is broken.
I hear that the Cabal are big on honor, but look at their actions, not their words. You've put an end to war criminals, butchers, and you've shown the Empire what the Vanguard's all about. Nice work.
Here, the Siva completed. I'll just try to get somebody else in. Compared to these guys, they weren't really providing a lot of team effort. So let's see. Just quickly see what the score is with the bounties. We've got loads completed, Siva Crisis completed, Weapons Expert, Heavyweight, Heavy Colting, Vanguard Elite. Better off if I picked up some other bounties, wouldn't I? Go to the reef. And I think there is a reward waiting for me in there as well. So that's also quite good. How's everybody doing today? Okay. At home or at work? At your college? Well, in here it's been really cats and dogs. Drizzly, wet, cold and miserable. It's not that cold, but a lot colder compared to the weather we had of late. So that's been truly refreshing. But in here, where I am, it's very hot, thanks to my Sony Bravia TV.
You did well for us, Guardian.
Maybe I can pick up some of her bounties.
Good to see you, Guardian. Let me tell you what I know. I'll see that you get rewarded for this.
187. Okay. Queen Wrath level 2.
You again, my friend.
Not really, I wasn't. No engrams, I don't think. No. See whether we can pick up any more.
Channel 21 open. Acknowledged.
That's better. That's full. Okay. No problem. Here. Pick up any loot. Oh, I did. Okay, maybe some exotics, eh? Maybe. Possibly.
Communication lost.
Let's see. Not picked up any exotics on engrams really for a long while, so not really particularly encouraged, but we'll see. Ah, there it is, okay. Back to Master Ives.
Yes. Warlock, right? No, wait, don't tell me. You're a hunter? Looks solid enough.
Ion Trace. Keep getting Ion Trace all the time, I don't need it. You got it fully masterworked, so... Some legendary marks, those will be useful.
Happy to decrypt anything you find in your journals.
Please repeat.
Oh, not enough space, why? Ah, okay. Okay.
Interaction resolved. Confirming resolution of sworn principality.
We'll sit in there, look at the view for a minute. Just literally look at life, think about the meaning of it all.
All routes clear. Tower open. Resolving communicated now. Please repeat code.
Okay, so time now is more than right for us to go back to the Seavers, but I've got to say the Seavers today are a bit lame. They're not as difficult as they should be. So I'm not sure what's going on, and we just walk through every one of them. Really odd. Try something else. We'll go to Vanguard. Let's see. So. Possibly, maybe, likely. Well, we've seen that recently, that we'd go to Seavers and then some of them would turn out towards the end to be harder than Nightfall strikes, and then we've seen other Seavers like today where we just walk through them, hardly any enemies to be fought against, so all very strange. I don't know, but I'm feeling a bit sleepy, but it's so sleepy weather outside. Actually go and have a look, see whether it's still raining. How bad it is. Curious.
Remember Omnica, Hive General with a lovely voice? She's back.
Vanguard scouts report she's undone her death.
Undone her death? You make it sound like she...
Well, my friends, it's raining really badly
There's no
outside.
telling what's in the blood of this.
Cats and dogs, as we say over here.
There's no telling what else might follow.
And I'm kind of hungry as well. Didn't have a snack before starting out here. All good. I'll have some biscuits instead. And Jovian Complex again, we're being thrown in. Look at this. glitched. It's glitched, we can't get it. No. Unfortunately, it is not going to work. I have to go back to orbit, go back in. So quite frankly, I'm fed up with this. It's been no fun at all. We'll go for Taken King. Level 36 easy. Strike playlist. We have oh, we're still collecting some people there. Alright. Let's see. Everybody likes Seavers, but Seavers today are not performing. It is as simple as this. Just not perform. Oh. Wet, soggy and miserable outside. That's all I can tell you. Wet, soggy and miserable. After this strike I'll make myself a sandwich, so I'll have to bear with me. Just getting a bit peckish. Peckish. Who knows what that is? Anyone? I asked our American friends the other day, they didn't know. Our friend said he didn't know what bubble and squeak was. And I don't really use that word frequently, I'd rather say famished. Or I am ravenous. That means I'm very hungry. Sometimes I am. Not been eating that much of late, I'd say. Hot weather really made me drink a lot more water and liquids. No need for a lot of
The Taken King
hot
is
meals.
dead, yet still his armies writhe and claw at our worlds. Even as you led the assault on the Dreadnought, a powerful Taken war beast fled for the safety of the shrine to Oryx. The would-be Prince Malak works to perfect
Just remembered I need to go and see Zer.
He
So we'll do
must be
a few of these strikes. We'll go back to the tower, try to find him. But I was told us that Zer this week is near the Traveller. So we'll go and have a look. It's just me again. Oh, that's so annoying. No ammunition.
They've sealed the door with Hive runes. Of course they have.
God, that was a big wave, eh? Husk. Go away. That's not really, you know. Forecast dog drinker. I've got to say that huh? Oh, Gail's there. Gail wants to come in, I think. Do you want to come in? Bring you in. Do you want to come in? Just let me know, because I can bring you in. We can do a few strikes together. I've not actually had people joining me today. Some randoms, but otherwise didn't have anyone from our community. People are busy. Matthias is at work. Zenith is not here. Okay. Are you logged in? I'll bring you in. You are. Excellent. I'll bring you in. Right into fire team. Sending you the invite. I'll wait for you to come in, and then we'll do it together. Look at these gauntlets glowing nicely, hey? That's pretty good. I don't like playing Destiny just by myself, you know, it's just not the same sort of experience. And today's been very quiet, I've got to say. Probably the quietest session we've had since I've relaunched my stream, and no idea what it is. You never know, you know, just... Did you get the invite? I sent you the invite as soon as you can. Yeah, should receive on your notification. Why is this weapon now on? Can somebody tell me? And I changed it to a dark drinker. You can't join? Why? It's not allowing you to join. Okay, what we'll do is we'll just go to orbit, invite you then. Maybe there's some sort of problem there with well, there is a problem with the service. I already had Baboon a couple of times and work since. Let's see, invite fire team. Try that. Yeah, that should work. Should work fine. Try it. Sent you another invite. See whether it works. Should do. Should be in your notifications. We're just waiting for Gail to join us. Okay, well what I'll do is I'll just unlock it. Maybe there's some problems with the server, so I'll leave it open for you to join, yeah? You come in now, try now. Left it in public, so you should be able to come in without any difficulty. Try coming in. I actually send you another invite. Invite only. Okay. Bear with me a second. I think we'll go back to the strikes that I was just doing. That'd be the best, and that would be Taken King strikes. I want to ask you, is there anything else that you want to be doing? Any activities or any tasks or anything that needs completion? You can tell me what the what the tasks are, and then if there's anything you want to be doing, like what we had yesterday with Zenith. He singled out a selection of things that he wants to grind and complete, and we can do this. Is there anything of that sort that you want to do? Just let me know, and we can do that. I mean, I'm quite easy to do anything, whatever tasks you've got, and I just need to see whether the Iron Tomb. All right, so what I'll do is I'll promote you to leader, yeah? So now you are our fire team leader, and you should just choose the activity that you want to do, and then we'll do it together. Actually, I need to go back to this like that. That's it. Yeah. You just pursue any story mission you wish to do. You know, campaign. We can do any of it. No problem at all. Just want to double check the weapons I've got, because I masterworked some of this. Right, but this needs to be masterworked still. Oh, these are already masterworked as well. That looks nice when you have everything masterworked, right? There we are. Weapons wise, I think I'm okay.
Guardian,
So we need solar
we picked up a
weapons.
high gain transmission. Origin point is somewhere along
Actually, we
the coast,
don't need solar
near the
weapons,
Cosmodrome.
because we are doing something else.
That's Rasputin, the AI Warmind. If I'm understanding him correctly, it's a distress call. There are so few ballet fans left, Guardian. It'd be a shame to lose him.
We can't afford another Omnigul situation. Get in there, assess the threat, and aid Rasputin. A threat to the Warmind is a threat to the city as well.
Yeah, we probably need to go down there. No, no, not here. It's this way down here. Getting to the war sat, defending the war sat, and then going in. That's the Saber strike.
We have a war site incoming. Rasputin says it contains codes we'll need to gain access to his bunker.
There it is. Just try to knock out the guns, you know, the big heavy guns on the ship, you see these. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, watch out for the ship there.
Sorry, just a little longer. I think Rasputin is testing me.
Oh, still quite a bit to go. I thought we were a bit more advanced there. Never mind. We're nearly there. Oh, he's got that gun in there still. There, you got it.
I've got access. Let's go.
Okay. Yeah, just that here.
I'm detecting comm signals deep in the vault.
Anyone with a radio could have picked up Rasputin's distress call. If we don't shut it down, half the Cosmodrome could be at his front door.
So for all of our friends who are watching, what we're doing is Gail and myself, Gail, our community member, we are completing some of the story missions which she still needs to complete, and at the moment we're doing Falling Saber Strike, part of the Iron Tomb. I got killed as well. What by? Misadventure? Don't get it, why? That's odd.
I could try to override Rasputin's system locks, but no telling how he might react. Must be some other way to bypass his systems.
Yeah, the grenade needs to go in now, I guess.
It worked. Maybe too well.
Yeah. No, the other way.
Oh, great. Arc streams. You must have knocked something out of alignment.
You've seen worse, Guardian. Push through.
Guardian down.
Ah. I'll bring you in, just need to wait until oh yeah, okay, I'll go there.
Guardian down.
Yeah, that's it. Sniper Shanks. Yep. Just careful, there'll be lots of these ads in here. Ah. Yeah, completed. It's fine. Any ammunition in there at all? Because I will need some ammunition. Nope. Okay.
Rasputin has incredible technology under lock and key down here. I'm almost surprised he doesn't have breaches more often. I guess it helps he really...
Oh, you know what? I want to show you something. Can I just ask you something? Come back. Can you come back? No, you probably can't come back. There are some dead ghosts in here, you know? If you don't have a dead ghost, you can pick it up from here. I think you can come back. Yeah, watch out now, Thor. You probably need Galahorn for the boss. Galahorn for the boss.
That shank's been modified to crack his system. Let's take it out.
Ah, I got killed. No, we're both killed. When the splicer shanks come in, the sniper shanks, we got to hit them first. Because they're really very powerful and fast and precise, especially ammunition.
That shank's been modified to crack his system. Let's take it out.
get some
Guardian down.
quick synth. Where is it now? That's tricky. How am I going to be able to revive you in here? See that? I couldn't revive you in the pond because the pond's got acid. Jump in the pond, I'm dead. That was a bit silly. Oh, did I revive you? How is that going to work? Okay, we actually survived, so that's good.
Guardian down.
Yeah, any more heavy ammunition? I haven't got any. Yeah, we got it. That is it.
Zavala, these breaches are a serious threat. Has the Vanguard tried to reach out to him recently? Get him to understand we're allies.
The last time we sent in a team was years ago. We found what remained of their bodies scattered across the Skywatch.
Can play football with this, you know that? Look at that.
In the meantime, I'm sending a team to seal the vault. All thanks to you, Guardian. Impressive work.
Yeah. Yeah. Just can toy with that. Just choose any activity that you need next, because there's going to be something else after Fallen Saber. You know, there'll be another activity. Just have a look at the menu, and then whatever you've got there, we can do. So it's all good, really. You choose whatever activity you fancy. So that's masterworked as well. I've got everything masterworked. Very good. Days of Iron Crown. Where do we go next? I didn't see. Maybe we need to go to the tower or so. I was just doing my inventory, having a look quickly. Okay. What did I get? No space, okay.
What have you found, Hunter?
No, I don't have anything with him. Need to go to Lakshmi. My reputation's gone up. My reputation's up. Amanda. I really miss Amanda. Didn't expect that Bungie were going to allow her to die. Future War Cult Armor, Future War Cult Chroma, Future War Cult Weapons. The Waltz. Okay. The Waltz. The Waltz. Get rid of that. Pulse rifle. Okay. High caliber rounds. Perfect balance. Increased stability.
Back to the fight.
Back to the fight. To go the other way around.
Welcome back, Hunter.
Let's have a party. Discord down below deck. Yeah, these areas were not properly utilized then. Access emotes. Loads of emotes down here. Music. Well, if I'm hiding in here, I'll be rather hard to find. Not many people will be able to. Right, what I need to do is I need to go and see Zer. And Matthias told us that Zer is at the tower. He's near the Traveller, so we'll go and have a look in there to see whether he's there. Yeah, just follow me. We'll go to Zer. Let's see whether I can pick up something from him. I'm very rich today. I have loads of strange coins, so we need to be choosing wisely. He's not here. No, no, I've gone the wrong way. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. It's my fault. Should have gone down here. The speaker. No, he's got up.
The light grows.
No, Zer's not here.
We have much that could help you.
Equipment. Ah, Venom of Ikayeka. Not had that before. Dead Zone Revolution. I guess we can always pick this up. Subclass Gunslinger. Night Stalker's Cloak. What's the Night Stalker's Cloak? Let me see. Ah, I think it's just vanity. Nothing insignificant. And how about that Ikaheka? No, not much. Looks good though. I like it.
Until we meet
Right, so Zer is not here.
It's good to see you.
But there are lots of people out there at some Who's this? Oh, there he is. Yeah, yeah, he is. Look, he's here. He's here. I found him. I found him. He's here. Well, like I said, he's just here in the corner. Didn't see him.
Some of this body's ancestors were born on this world.
If you want to buy something up there, you can join me.
Changed to live in the outer world.
You see in the very corner. Do you see where I am? There.
I think it is very possible that
Yep.
I am here. Speak with me.
Well, well, well. What have we got here? 3 of coins. That's Titan. Patience and time. Don't really need that. Call of Dire Amakara. Frosties. Frosties I've got. Exotic. Exotic shards. I don't know what to buy really.
Is this why the knights appear?
What's in these emulation fists? Automatic rifle loader, sidearm loader, momentum transfer, rain blowers, emulation fists.
Body, it seems.
Well, pick this one up then. What's enough space? Ah, that's to be camouflaged. That's quite good. Custom optics, fitted stock, field scout. Radar stays active. I will take that one. Why not? Acquire.
Protection from.
Now we have what? 15 left. Strange coins.
An exchange.
Strange coins. Yeah, what I could have done would have been yeah, I probably need to well, if we get some extra strange coins, I'll go back and pick up synths, because you get 10 of them for 3 strange coins, so that should be the next priority because I'm using them quite a lot. Alright, let's go and depart, and we'll do some other mission, whatever you need to be doing. Just tell me whatever is out there that you need to complete. You can see I've done so many of these, but it's like such a lengthy grind. It's 36 and War Cult, 54 and Vanguard. Taking forever. Ava's done here.
Let's take a look.
I don't need anything from Ava. That's emblems. Large collection of these. Okay. We got everything sorted. Yeah. We go back to orbit. Let's see what you need to be doing next. We can do any tasks that you still have there. You can just pick and choose. Yeah, you can choose whichever you like. Whatever you need to be doing. You can do anything.
When the Splicers started fusing SIVA into their systems, they created a massive network to control Nanotech. So, just like they took down our sensor grid, we're going to take down theirs. That should neutralize SIVA long enough for you to enter the replication complex.
This is where my fellow Iron Lords sacrificed their lives. You must stop the flow of SIVA now and forever, no matter the cost.
There are a lot of splicers.
The Iron 2 mission is next.
Stay alert.
Change that heavy, which is what I should have done earlier. Put in the synth.
The Splicers have built a fortress to protect the entrance to the complex. Short-sightedly, they decided to use the reactor in an old oil tanker as a power source. That's going to be our ticket.
Giant's Husk. Yeah, I got hit. Spicer Shank got me. Thank you. Did not see that Shank, got to say.
Picking up a strong energy signature nearby.
That'll be the reactor. Swapping the fusion cell should knock out the network for a few minutes. Defenses, replication, everything.
Okay, pull the fusion cell and switch it with its counterpart. Okay, tinkering with an unstable Golden Age reactor infested with SIVA. Child's play.
Yeah, there. Yep, that's it.
Wow, that was fast.
Maybe, but it won't last. Move, Guardian.
Brona Brothers is here. Hello, Brona Brothers. How are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. How are you? How is everything? We are helping Gale
The Iron Lord's original plan
at the moment in order to complete some story missions, which are still
apparently only damaged it. So when you reach the chamber,
left there
you will need to finish what she began.
in order to get some loot, in order to progress in the game.
Stop the Fallen from using the SIVA they already have.
There's more than one battle in a war.
Our friend says, I'm just chilling. How are you? We are really good. Dreadful weather out here today. It's cats and dogs, raining, drizzly, misty, unpleasant, you know, that sort of thing. But otherwise quite warm inside. And we already had almost 5 hours of our broadcast, so, you know, lots of fun. Really good. Whereabouts are you? Are you in the US? In the UK? Where are you? You also a Destiny veteran? Played Destiny for quite a few years, or which one do you prefer, Destiny 1 or Destiny 2? Our princess, I'm in the US and it's really hot out there. Yeah, I know, I've heard. A friend of mine's gone to Las Vegas and she said it was going to be 47 out there. So she's baking. But our friend Zenith, who's in Minnesota, did say that he was not that hot and wasn't, you know, excruciating in where he is. Our friend says Destiny 1 all the way. That's the spirit. Well, we get lots of people here coming in who much prefer Destiny 1.
What was that?
Saladin said the Fallen couldn't control SIVA. I'm guessing that disrupting their hold on it is having some adverse effects.
I wouldn't celebrate too quickly.
There's a big explosion out there, look. Take a screenshot of this. Looking good. We just have to wait for Gale to join us. We need to go forward. Are you also playing Destiny 2, Bronner Brothers? Or are you just doing Destiny 1? Because our community in here is kind of quite mixed. Lots of people are doing both games, and some people are just still sticking to the original title. Other people are doing just Destiny 2. In fact, we've had several community members who were playing Destiny 2 first, and then they migrated to the sequel. Zenith, our dedicated community member, being one of them. I think I've seen Zenith here during the last week or so. And our friend Bronner Brothers says, I actually do Destiny 2 as well. Yeah. Well, I play both games. It's just that I stream mainly Destiny 1 here on the channel, but I play Destiny 2, of course. Played all the seasons from the beginning and played the entire content. Stand corrected on that. I've not played Lightfall, which I purchased a couple of weeks after its release, and I wanted to stream it here via my Xbox Series S, and then I couldn't do it because Twitch app on Xbox Series S and X doesn't work. So I'm still to play it, and I'm just waiting for Xbox to sort out the problems with the app, as I would like it to be, you know, done live, just like anything else. And still waiting for that. It's been months. God, this is so strong, these enemies. What's going on? Yeah, you need to go in there, that's right.
Last time his presence was almost physical. I think he was trying to communicate, but we did not understand.
So what's the temperature out there where you are? Where about in the US are you? East, west, north, south?
Vanguard still believe Rasputin to be simply a war mind. He hasn't been that for a very long time.
West. Okay. Gale's in Ohio. And Zenith is in Minnesota. I'm not sure exactly where Matthias is. I think he said South Central, so I'm not sure exactly where. Can't remember. For me, it's always the best to remember the actual region, you know? Or the city. Okay. No, that's a bit silly. Doesn't really work. You see, this part here of Destiny 1 reminds me of Half-Life. Half-Life is all about these vents and corridors and creepy crawlies. West Coast, California. Oregon, New Mexico. It's been a while since I've done this story mission. I'm glad that Gale's doing it, because I like revisiting the missions I've not done for a long while. It makes it really very interesting.
So when we stop the production of SIVA, because it'll be that easy, what about who's controlling it?
I have some leads on that.
Yep, that Ghost.
Chatter about some crazy splicer priest who wants to play God. I'm kind of with Saladin now, though. Zealots can take a back seat until the heavy lifting is done.
It said that you actually are chatting with us for the first time today, but actually that's not quite right, because you did chat with us before. I did detect your user ID, so you know, easy to remember. Bronner's Brothers, right? Unless it was another account that looked similar, but I don't think it was. I think you did come in the other day. Oh, look at him. Am I mistaken in saying that? I'm quite certain you came in the other day. Because I'm quite good in remembering, you know. User IDs and new community members and everyone, so... Yeah, we need to go up here. There. Have you gone in? Don't see girl at the moment.
Why aren't
Oh, you have
ever
gone in.
stairs?
Okay. Yeah. Wasn't really a sort of landing that we would want to have.
To Siva's dark heart, young wolf. Be on your guard.
We are rocking. Blazing away, eh? The joys of destiny. I've got to say that this afternoon, for me, has just gone by so fast. I can't believe it's already 6 o'clock in here. And yesterday, due to our community-based activity, I didn't go swimming. So today I'm not going to be missing out on that. And maybe I'll go swimming tomorrow as well to catch up for the session that I missed on yesterday.
What would happen if someone found it? We were touched by the light.
Our friend says, well, I'm not going to be able to talk a lot, but I'll be still listening as I'm doing some stuff. No worries. No worries. Great to have you with us. Very happy that you popped in again. And please do. Please do. It's been a quiet session today. You know, we didn't have many people come in. And
DNA. They're human.
It sort of
That's not possible.
varies from day to day, depends on lots of different factors. And but generally very enjoyable. You know, we've done Siva's. I talked a lot about yesterday and the questions that I would have received overnight. We looked at the news, answered some of the questions, and then we just you know, played the game. That was what's been happening here so far today.
It's using the Iron Lord's armor.
So you got now? Yeah, I haven't got any more ammunition. Desperately. Yeah, okay. That'll be right. He's immune. He needs to be hit by a relic. passively is immune to my sword. Okay. I died. Should be gone. Cool.
Young Wolf, finish this.
Complete the sequence and destroy the Siva replicator. There you take it.
We need to go. We need to go very fast.
That should be it. Yeah, mission
Well
complete.
done, my young wolf. Siva is gone, and the Iron Lords are at peace. Return to the Iron Temple. You have earned your reward.
Our friend was saying use the heavy attack, meaning light up the axe, the relic, and then hit the boss. Yeah, I mean that's the other option. It worked. We were okay. We finished it. I've not done this mission for maybe 4 or 5 years. I barely remembered what had to be done, because we generally don't go through story missions that frequently over here due to the community member interest. People like watching Nightfalls and Sivas and Pinnacle activities and sometimes exotic quests, so we don't go to story missions that frequently, but we always do them if there are community members who want to be doing the completion, and that's exactly what we're doing here today with Gale. We're completing the Iron Lords missions. Let's see what's next. We still have about 45 minutes, so plenty of time for us to do lots of different things. Your birthday's around the corner. That's correct.
The Siva replicator is destroyed. We found this near it.
Thank you. She would be honored. My brothers and sisters, I will see you again. Someday. You've given them back to me. Approach. There was a time that only Iron Lords carried these blades. There are many like this in our armory, but this one is new. It is yours, young wolf. You are the first of a new generation. Take your place as an Iron Lord.
Well, this was the final part of this mission. Lovely cutscene. Let's see what else there is for Gale to complete, and then we'll take a decision. We'll do that. And carry on. Just seeing all of those terrible things that are happening today linked to the heatwave in Europe is just unbelievably hot. 43, 47 degrees. It's crazy. Yeah, we've come to Felwinter Peak. We need to go up to the fires, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Just a minute. I was going through the messages that have come in during the stream. Yeah, we passed last, and we've got nothing much to pick up. Ah,
The songs that score
Tyra.
Good, What is your hunt uncovered?
Exotic item decode.
There's a reason I've held on to that for so long.
Ah, that's good. Starfire Protocol. That is definitely. It's for Warlock, but I don't have it. So that's the first time I picked it up. Upgrade defense, upgrade defense, upgrade defense. Starfire Protocol, additional fusion grenade, heavy weapon ammunition. That's all very good. So for my Warlock, that's going to be one of the best chest pieces. And good stuff, good stuff. So that was actually well chosen. And then this is Patience in Time that I picked up as well. Alright, so let me see. This is not useful.
Appreciate your help.
Oh no, mode of light. Okay, modes will be useful. Takanami will not be useful. We'll just delete Takanami immediately. And where's the chest piece? Lock. 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 Okay. And this one, of course, that I picked up, which is good. That's for my Titan. Okay, let's see what else there is. Did you need to do anything in here at all? Sometimes you need to light the fires, you know. Depending on what stage you're at with the game. So I'm good to go. You can pick and choose anywhere, wherever you would like to go next. Oh, look at this, there's so many people here. Who says that nobody's playing Destiny anymore? That's ridiculous. Got loads of people playing Destiny every single day.
After all these years, our mission is finally over.
Wolves.
And I still wonder.
Curious to see what the next mission is going to be. What else do you have? What else is on the plate? Can't believe it's so hot in Europe. Incredibly hot. Yeah, Bad Blood, Old Russia Earth quest. Yeah, just leave it on the high difficulty level. I can't believe the temperatures, it's insane. Insane that it's so hot. Well, in Britain we have everything the other way. It's so hot in Europe, but at the moment it's quite cool over here, and the forecast is with rain, wind and cool weather, which is quite good. But I'm feeling sorry for our friends in Europe, because really living in urban areas where the temperatures are 45 is difficult to manage. One's got to go to places where you have full air conditioning or cellars or something, otherwise it's just too hard to bear.
The Hive are hitting the splicers near the beach tanker. Head that way and find out why they're at each other's throats.
It's possible we're walking into a territorial dispute, but something's telling me there's more to it than that.
Agreed. The Hive can be defensive, but what I'm tracking seems like a full-on assault. The Chatter's aggressive, angry. This isn't just a show of force. The Hive are after something.
Yeah, that's sorted. It's good, we can get back on a Sparrow. Just going to say to our friend Bronan Brothers, in the last activity, the last story mission, I used my heavy, but it didn't work. It had to be that relic that would be lit up, and then it worked better, I guess.
I was expecting hostilities, but this is... they're at war.
The bosses were not responding to my sword, nor were taking any damage from fusion rifle.
There, a splicer captain, up high, near the overpass.
So he's taking 3 hacks. It's quite powerful, isn't it?
What's that? The captain dropped something.
So where's the thing he dropped? I don't see him. Don't know where you picked up that intel, because he dropped intel, one of the captains that we eliminated earlier. Don't know where you picked it up, because without it then you're unlikely to be able to push on. It was down there, you know, before we climbed up. No. I don't know where he picks it up, but I No, there's nothing in here. Not sure whether you've got it, you know. It fell through the floor. Oh, I see. Where? Just show me where it fell so we can find it. Because I don't see it anymore, you know. It was like you know, the triangular type of shape. Ah, it's glitched. If it's gone through here, it's glitched. We can't get it then. Well, that's the captain. Well, we need to restart. If it's glitched, we can't get it, you know. There's no way to which we can pick it up if it's gone through the floor. That's annoying. That is annoying. As you could see, sometimes Destiny 1 doesn't really perform as it should. And I just remembered about 2 hours ago I said I was going to make a sandwich. Never mind, I have my dinner after I go swimming. Gil says, I have a quest where you have to do a raid. Well, raid will have to be done by at least 4 or 5 people, you know. We will not be able to do it as a 2-piece, so that we'll have to leave for another day when we get a few of our friends here to join us. We can do everything else, but raids really require, you know, greater input. I think if we have 2 veterans together with us, then a 3-piece will do, but otherwise it's more difficult. Gail says maybe we do that one on a different day. Yeah, the tasks is the Wrath of a Machine that you need to do, Vault of Glass. One of these. I mean, I have also several that are linked to raids that I've not completed, because we were not really doing much of raiding here on the channel, due to the fact that I had really poor quality internet, and you know, raids are quite competitive, so I didn't want the competitive streak to be kind of coming in. Yeah, let's just fly.
It's possible we're walking into a territorial dispute, but something's telling me there's more to it than that.
Agreed. The Hive can be defensive, but what I'm tracking seems like a full-on assault. The Chatter's aggressive, angry. This isn't just a show of force. The Hive are after something.
I was expecting hostilities, but this is... they're at war.
Oh, that's where he is, yeah, okay.
Take out as many as you want. But my advice? Splicer leading this fight. Put him down.
There. A Splicer captain. Up high. Near the overpass.
look at this.
What's that? The captain dropped something.
Oh, it's up there then,
It's a
is it?
coded relay from the Splicer's High Priest.
There it is, look, it's here.
There's references to the hive here. The Splicer's High Priest is either keeping something from the hive or has taken something from them.
Search the overpass. See what else you can find.
Whatever the Splicers have locked up here